The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I remember when I was in high school, I studied a poem which struck terror to my heart. I still recall the opening lines, which went, I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind. Some of you will recognize the author as Francis Thompson and the poem as the Hound of Heaven. And it's still terrifying. But think how much more fearful it would be if the hound you were fleeing from was a hound of hell.
Good Lord! Watson, what's that?
I don't know, Sir Henry. Some sound they have on the moor, I think.
Don't coddle me, Watson. When the people of the moor hear that cry, what do they say it is?
They say it's the cry of the hound of the Baskervilles, seeking its prey.
Our mystery drama, The Hound of the Baskervilles, was especially adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The mantle of immortality is elusive and unpredictable. Two fictional characters created at the turn of the century by Arthur Conan Doyle have become undying legends. So strong is the public belief in their existence that the City of London recently granted the owner of the premises at 221B Baker Street the right to change the number of that address permanently in order to avoid the hordes of tourists flocking to see the actual living quarters of Sherlock Holmes and his colleague, Dr. Watson. Our story today starts in those very rooms in the year 1902.
My training as a medical man made me an early riser. Sherlock Holmes wasn't. On this morning, my friend was at the breakfast table while I was intently examining a cane that had been left behind by a visitor who had missed us last night.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it? You've been looking at the cane for some time. Since we've been so unfortunate as to miss the owner and have no notion of his errand, this accidental souvenir carries some importance. Let me hear you construct the man by an examination of it.
Well, very well, Holmes. Really, it's child's play to read that the man's name is James Mortimer, that he's a physician. But I would go further and say he's an elderly country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot because the end of this stick is very heavily worn down.
Excellent, Watson.
Now, the stick was given to him by the Friends of the CCH, which I take to be the Something Hunt, a local group to whom he's possibly given some assistance. Now, has anything escaped me?
Now, here, let me have a look at it, Watson.
Well, I trust there's nothing of importance I've overlooked.
No, Watson. This man is certainly a country practitioner who walks a great deal.
Then I was right.
To that extent. But since we know that the man is a doctor, isn't it likely that presentation to him would come from a hospital rather than a hunt? And when we see the initials CCH, does not Charing Cross Hospital leap to the mind? Can we not also infer that such a presentation would be made at the time he left, perhaps to practice in the country? And since the date is on the stick, and it's only 5 years ago, it's highly unlikely that an elderly, well-established physician would go into country practice. So, we now have a young fellow, amiable, unambitious, and possessor of a favorite dog, which I should say was larger than a terrier and smaller than a mastiff.
Come, Holmes. Well, the dog is too much.
No, not at all. If you'll observe these tooth marks in the middle of the stick, where the dog has been accustomed to carry it. The dog's jaw is too broad for a terrier and not quite broad enough for a mastiff. It may well be... It is a curly-haired spaniel.
My dear Holmes, how can you possibly be so sure of
For
that?
the very simple reason that I see the dog itself on our doorstep. And there is the ring of its owner, and we shall soon discover why he has come to see us.
The appearance of our visitor was a surprise to me because although Holmes had correctly deduced his age, his back was already bowed, and he walked with a forward thrust of his head. As he entered, his eyes fell upon the stick in Holmes's hand, and he ran to it with an exclamation of joy.
Ah, I'm so very glad. I wouldn't want to lose that stick for the world.
Presentation, I see.
Yes, indeed.
From Charing Cross Hospital?
From some friends there on the occasion of my marriage.
Ah, dear, that's bad.
I beg your pardon. Why was that bad?
Well, only that you've disarranged our little deductions. We had surmised that you left the hospital.
Oh, and so I did. Immediately upon my marriage.
Ah.
It was necessary to make a home for my wife.
Well, we weren't so far wrong after all. And now, Dr. Mortimer, I think it wise if you'll tell me what the exact nature of the problem is in which you ask my assistance.
And then, to my astonishment, the physician took a worn and ancient manuscript from his pocket and read to us a most horrifying tale concerning the manor of Baskerville, located in Devonshire, and the origin of a curse on the Baskerville line. The manuscript told of the abduction of a young girl on Michaelmas Eve and locking her up in Baskerville Hall. The girl, being both courageous and ingenious, dared to escape from an upper floor by clambering down the ivy and then setting off across the moors towards her home.
Upon discovering that the maiden had indeed escaped, Hugo Baskerville became as one possessed, and he cried aloud before his companions that very night he would render his body and soul to the powers of evil if he might overtake the girl with the hounds he would set upon her.
Excuse the interruption, Doctor, but you're certain of the authenticity of this document?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Holmes. It's in the form of a letter from the third Hugo Baskerville to his sons, explaining why they should fear going out on the moors at night.
I see. I presume that manuscript gives a reason.
Oh, it most certainly does. The Hound of the Baskervilles. If you let me continue. Hugo's companions, riding after him across the moors, came upon a night shepherd, a man so crazed with fear that he could scarce speak. He told the riders that he'd not only seen the maid running for her very life, but also Sir Hugo on his black mare and running mute behind him, such a hound of hell as God forbid should ever be at my heels. When I come to the close, Mr. Holmes, it says here that 3 riders came upon the body of the maid, dead from fatigue and fear, and also the body of Sir Hugo Baskerville, with a great black beast, larger than any mortal hound, ravening at Sir Hugo's throat with its jaw dripping blood. Well, such is the tale, my sons, of the coming of the Hound, which is said to have plagued the Baskerville family so sorely ever since. Well, Mr. Holmes, don't you find it interesting?
Only to a collector of fairy tales.
Well, then how would you classify this newspaper account in the Devon County Chronicle of 3 weeks ago?
3 weeks ago. Regrettable death of Charles Baskerville. Body found at Famedew Alley of Baskerville Hall. Pronounced dead by his friend and physician, James Mortimer, that's you. Coroner's verdict, cardiac exhaustion. Despite some strange aspects of the death... Well, now, Dr. Mortimer, everything seems straightforward, but evidently you entertain some doubts in the matter. Something you didn't state to the press or at the inquest?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. When I first saw the body, Sir Charles lay upon his face, his arms out, fingers dug deep into the ground, and his features convulsed into such a grimace of terror that I, his best friend and physician, hardly recognized him.
Dear me, no physical injuries?
None. But although Harrison, the caretaker who found the body, said he saw no traces at all upon the ground, I did, Mr. Holmes, I did.
Footprints?
Footprints?
A man's or a woman's?
Neither. They were the tracks of a gigantic hound.
And your reason for withholding this information at the inquest?
Because the people of the countryside do not share your opinion about the curse hanging over the Baskerville family. Sir Charles himself believed in it, and I certainly had no wish to add fuel to the flames. Besides...
Yes?
Well, there's a realm in which the most acute and most experienced of detectives is helpless.
You mean the supernatural? Well, I confine my investigations to this world, and I cannot understand why you are now consulting me.
Well, I came to ask your advice about what I should do with the heir, the new Sir Henry Baskerville, who arrives in Waterloo Station in exactly 1 hour.
Meet him, take him to a good hotel, and both of you come back here tomorrow at noon.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, This is Sir Henry Baskerville.
How do you do?
I'm all at sea. I have been ever since I got the news of my uncle's death and my inheritance. And I had no idea Uncle Charles was so well fixed.
Dr. Mortimer, as the executor of the estate, can you tell us, are there any other claimants?
No, sir.
And then this morning, I find this note at my hotel, and one of my brand new boots is missing.
May I see the note?
Of course. Dime novel stuff, if you ask me.
As you value your life or reason, keep away from the moor. We must all agree there's nothing supernatural about this. Now, the missing boot?
A brand new pair. I bought them just yesterday. Left them outside my hotel door to be polished, and one of them's gone this morning. I can only tell you that there is no devil in hell and no man upon earth who can prevent me from going to the home of my own people.
And so it was arranged that on Saturday I was to accompany Sir Henry and take up residence with him at Baskerville Hall, because Holmes was insistent that someone be with Sir Henry at all times. When Holmes and I called to pick up Sir Henry at his hotel Saturday, we found the young baronet in a rage.
I won't be played for a sucker in this hotel.
You still haven't located your boot, Sir Henry?
But this is a different one.
What?
I got the other one back, and now I'm missing an old black one. I'm beginning to think this hotel is nothing but a den of thieves.
I think it's very odd and damnably dangerous.
Mr. Holmes, if you know something, you should inform us so that we may...
Dr. Mortimer, I know only that you were concerned about the safety of Sir Henry, and quite rightly so. I also know that someone knew that you were in this hotel and saw fit to warn you to keep away from Baskerville Hall and the moor. And we all know that there were extremely suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of Sir Charles Baskerville. I therefore suggest that anything out of the ordinary, such as the curious incidents with the boots, must be taken very seriously.
Well, surely you must be joking about the boots, Holmes. I fail to
My
see...
dear Watson, did you bring your revolver as I asked?
Well, of course.
Good. Carry it at all times.
I confess, your instructions are making me nervous.
They should have precisely the opposite effect. Now, Dr. Mortimer, as executor of Sir Charles' will, you know the exact amount of the estate. Is it considerable?
Well, I should say that a sum in excess of £740,000 is indeed considerable.
Dear me, dear me. That is a stake for which a man might well play a desperate game. In the event something happens to Sir Henry, who stands to inherit?
Well, a distant cousin named James Desmond. And if you have any suspicions in that direction, let me inform you, he's a clergyman in his 70s.
Thank you. Now, Watson, I want complete and daily reports from you. When the crisis arises, as it surely will, I will direct you how to act. Now, gentlemen, goodbye and Godspeed.
Ever since I was old enough to read, I have delighted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and his bumbling but lovable colleague, Dr. Watson. The game is afoot, and we'll be back shortly with Act 2. One of our most successful writers of modern detective stories once made a terrible pun, but a perceptive comment on Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's stories about Sherlock Holmes. It went this way: "Be they ever so humble, there's no police like Holmes." I agree wholeheartedly. And now we have the pleasure of rejoining Dr. Watson, Sir Henry Baskerville, and Dr. James Mortimer in the wagonette, carrying them and their luggage across the moors on the way to Baskerville Hall.
Hello, look at that, Sir Henry and Watson. I believe it's a mounted soldier with a rifle. Pull up, driver! Pull up!
Not to worry, sir. He's on the watch for a convict that escaped from Princeton. The farmers here don't like it. He's a man that will stop at nothing. It's Selden, the Notting Hill murderer. I gave an involuntary shudder. It was a case Holmes had taken an interest in because of the ferocity of the man, Selden, who escaped the death penalty only because his atrocious conduct had led to doubts about his sanity. As I shivered, the wagon swept onto a long driveway where stood a huge building with mullioned windows. Standing in front of the large, heavy door was an angular woman with deep-set eyes which blazed with fanatic fire.
Welcome to Baskerville Hall, Sir Henry. I'm Mrs. Harrison, the caretaker's wife. My husband will be here shortly. He joins with me in wishing you a long, happy life and in begging you to avoid the moor, particularly in those hours of darkness when the powers of evil are exalted.
The very next morning, I set out to explore the moor by daylight. As I walked along a gray and lonely road, wishing that Holmes were here to help me, my thoughts were interrupted by a man calling my name.
Dr. Watson! Dr. Watson!
Yes, sir?
I'm Stapleton. I just live down the moor at Merripit House. Most of the folks around here call me an eccentric because of my hobby. I'm a naturalist.
I can see that from your net and box. But how do you know me?
Oh, no mystery about that. You passed Dr. Mortimer's house a short way back. He pointed you out to me as you passed. As our road lay the same way, I thought I'd overtake you and introduce myself. How is Sir Henry? None the worse for his journey, I trust?
Well, he's very well, thank you.
Not afraid of living down here after the sad death of Sir Charles?
That is of some concern to you, sir.
Well, it means a great deal to the countryside to have a wealthy man such as Sir Henry with us. Well, I'm glad to hear he has no superstitious fears of the fiend dog, which is supposed to haunt the family.
I don't believe he has. How do you stand on the matter?
I'm a scientist. But it's extraordinary how credulous the farmers are. Any number of them are ready to swear they've seen such a creature on the moor.
And you haven't?
Of course not. Although I have no doubt the story led to Sir Charles's tragic end.
Indeed. Why do you think that?
Well, Sir Charles had a vivid imagination and a diseased heart. His nerves were so on edge that the appearance of any dog at all at night near the Yew Alley might well have triggered a fatal heart attack. Do you agree?
Well, I've come to no conclusions.
Quite so. Well, if you care to come along with me to Merripit House, I'll introduce you to my sister.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Tell me what you think of the moor.
Well, this morning's my first venture on it. But that large plain to the north looks like a fine place for a gallop on a horse.
That thought has already cost several lives, Dr. Watson.
What? That seems hard to believe.
You see those bright green spots scattered thickly over it?
Yes. Yes, they seem more fertile than the rest.
Well, you might say that. But in reality, that's the great Grimpen Mire. One false step for man or beast, and you die slowly and agonizingly in the quicksand. An awful place, Doctor. And yet, I find my way to the very heart of it safely.
Why would you want to go to such a place?
That's where the rarest plants and butterflies are. And I have the wit to reach them.
Good Lord, what was that?
The natives say it's the Hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey.
Well, you don't believe that, do you?
Perhaps it's the mud settling in the bog. Excuse me, but unless I'm mistaken, there's a purple hair streak. Ah, very rare. I'll join you at Merripit House. You can't miss it.
Stapleton was off with amazing speed and agility. To my dismay, the creature fluttered straight for the great mire. But Stapleton never paused for a moment. I stood watching him and then turned to find a woman near me upon the path. Slim, elegant, with a sensitive mouth and dark, eager eyes.
Go back. Go straight back to London. Instantly.
What? Why? I mean, why should I go back?
I cannot explain, but do what I ask. Go back and never set foot on this moor again.
But I have just only come.
Can't you tell when a warning is for your own good? Get away from this place immediately.
But, ma'am,
My brother's coming back. Don't say a word. Shh.
Hello, Beryl.
Well, Jack, you're very warm and out of breath, I see. What was it this time?
Purple hair streak. Seldom found in the late autumn. Pity I missed him. You've introduced yourselves, I see.
Oh, yes, sir. I was telling Sir Henry that it was rather late for him to see the true beauties of the moor.
You think he's Sir Henry Baskerville?
Of course.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm only a humble commoner. My name is Dr. Watson.
Oh, we've been talking at cross purposes.
Well, you've not had very much time for talk.
Well, I merely mean that I talked as if Dr. Watson were a resident instead of a visitor.
I chose this out-of-the-way spot to settle down in, Doctor, because it offers an unlimited field of work in the areas of botany and zoology. Dr. Mortimer is a learned man, and Sir Charles was also an admirable companion. We knew him well and missed him. Of course, we miss our boys, too, don't we, Beryl?
Most certainly.
Your boys?
Yes, I had a school in the North Country. However, serious epidemic broke out and 3 of the boys died. School never recovered from the blow.
Well, I feel I should be getting back to the hall.
Well, as you wish. Do you think we'd be intruding if Beryl and I were to call this afternoon and make the acquaintance of Sir Henry?
I'm sure Sir Henry would be delighted. I set off rapidly upon the same path by which we'd come. But there must have been some shortcut, because before I reached the road, I was astounded to see Miss Stapleton sitting upon a rock by the side of the track.
Oh, I've run all the way in order to cut you off, Dr. Watson, and to tell you to forget what I said. I must not stop, or my brother will miss me.
Now, hold on a moment, please. Sir Henry's welfare is a close concern of mine. Why were you so eager he should leave here?
Well, my brother and I were very much shocked by the death of Sir Charles. We all know the story of the Hound, and I felt he should be warned.
But the Hound's story is nonsense.
No, I happen to believe it. No, I must go back.
No, just one more question. Why did you not wish your brother to know about the warning?
My brother's most anxious to have the hall inhabited. He thinks it is for the good of the people here. He'd have been angry if he knew I'd urged Sir Henry to leave.
My dear Holmes, I am writing to report that I have solved one riddle, only unfortunately to come up with another. You may recall my mentioning to you that I believed I heard a woman sobbing during the first night I spent at Baskerville Hall. I mentioned this to Sir Henry, and we agreed that if I heard anything this night, I should wake him and we would investigate together. Along about 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard stealthy footsteps going past my door. I was out of bed in a flash and waited until they'd passed. I went to Sir Henry's room and tapped softly our prearranged signal.
Yes? You heard something, Watson?
Footsteps.
No sobbing?
No. The footsteps passed my door and went down the corridor. I see that it turns left. Where does it end?
At a window overlooking the moors.
The steps went in that direction. Softly now.
What? Why, it's Mrs. Harrison. What in the world is she doing?
She's holding a candle against the window and peering out. Her face is pressed almost against the glass.
And crying bitterly. Come on, Watson. We'll get to the bottom of this. All right, Mrs. Harrison. Tell us what you're doing up here.
Oh, Sir Henry, I was just going round to see that the windows were fastened.
On the second floor?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I check all the windows at night.
And that makes you cry?
Well, I was doing no harm, sir. I was just holding a candle to the window.
She must have been signaling someone.
Oh, no, sir.
There. There it is, Sir Henry. An answering signal from the moor.
No, sir. It's nothing. It's nothing at all, sir.
Move that candle across the window, Watson. That's it. There. Mrs. Harrison, you see the other light moves also. Now, speak up. What is the meaning of all this?
Oh, please believe me, Sir Henry. It has nothing to do with you. It's a personal matter.
So you say. I know your family has been employed by mine for more than 50 years, but I'm not in Baskerville Hall a week before I find you deep in some dark plot against me.
Oh, no, sir, not against you, not you. You see, sir, my unhappy brother is starving on the moor. I cannot let him perish on my very doorstep. This light is a signal that food is ready for him, and his light is to show me and my husband the spot to which to bring it.
Good Lord. Then your brother is...
Yes, the escaped convict, Selden, the evil Notting Hill murderer. He is my brother.
We took the weeping unfortunate woman to her husband and left her. Sir Henry insisted on accompanying me on the moor to assist me in capturing this dangerous criminal. I had my revolver and Sir Henry a hunting crop. The moor was pitch black, but we easily picked out the pinpoint of light where the fellow was waiting. Mind the footing, Sir Henry.
Yes.
A pity we can't show a light.
I think we should bear more to the right. There's his light. Watson, what's that?
I don't know. A sound they have on the moor. I heard it once before.
Don't coddle me, Watson. That was the cry of a hound.
They say it's the cry of the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Do you believe that, Watson?
No, but I think that we should forget our expedition.
No, by thunder, whatever that cry was, it came from far away, near the mire. We must continue and get that convict.
I don't think that's wise. I urge you to return to the hall.
You don't believe in this hellhound, and neither do I. Come on, man.
Well, I'm charged with your safety. Holmes would never forgive me if something happened to you while you were in my
While we
care.
stand here jawing, our man will get away. Now, come on.
No, I cannot allow it.
You can't prevent it.
Well, either you come back to the hall with me now, willingly, or I shall be forced to knock you down and carry you back. Now, which shall it be?
Each of us carries within us the seeds of our own destruction. It would appear that Sir Henry Baskerville was no different. His pride was driving him to disregard the advice of those who were there to protect him. We'll be back with Act 3 and his decision in just a little while. People have varying thresholds of fear. For example, I have no particular fear of heights, but a friend of mine hugs the wall if he finds himself on a terrace more than 3 floors up. As for me, I shudder at the thought of being hunted down by a pack of dogs, whereas an experienced woodsman might not find that so terrifying. However, I think even an experienced hunter might well find the baying of a fiend dog, a hound from hell, a soul-shattering experience.
There it is again, Sir Henry. I don't know what it is, but you're walking back to the safety of the hall with me, or I shall knock you down and carry you.
And allow this murderous convict to escape.
And that, my dear Holmes, you must acknowledge, solves one mystery. The other, I frankly don't understand. It seems Sir Henry is much taken with Beryl Stapleton, who is indeed handsome. She talks of nothing but his leaving Baskerville Hall, and he suspects her brother, Stapleton, of being subject to fits of insanity. I repeat to you what he told me of yesterday's conversation.
Please, Sir Henry, why won't you listen to one who means you well and leave this place?
I will, if you come with me. We can be married anywhere you say, and...
Heaven save us both. I have no defense against your stupidity.
This kind of behavior must come to a stop, sir. How dare you offer attentions to a lady which are obviously distasteful to her?
Now, hold on a second, Stapleton. I'm not ashamed of how I feel about your sister. I was hoping she might honor me by becoming my wife. And if you can find anything dishonorable in that, then you can go to the devil.
Oh, my sentiments exactly, sir. Come, Beryl. We're going home.
You can imagine that Stapleton's conduct left both Sir Henry and I completely bewildered. And another thing, I'm sure there is another man on the moor. I swear I caught a glimpse of him when Sir Henry and I were out there searching for Selden, the convict.
I ask you, Sir Henry, not to report what I told you to the police.
The man is a public danger.
My husband and I have made arrangements for him to go to South America. If you don't inform the police, he can lie safely on the moor until the ship sails. That is, if he can stay out of the way of the other man who hides on the moor.
What other man? Whom are you talking about?
Gently, Watson.
I only know what my brother told me. There's another man in hiding out there. My brother says he seems to be playing some game of his own.
Did he say where he saw this man?
Around the old stone huts where the old folk used to live. About my brother, Sir Henry. Are you going to inform the police?
What do you say, Watson?
Well, if he were safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayers of a burden.
Oh, Lord bless you, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. I swear he'll go and you will never hear from him again.
And, Holmes, no sooner had we gotten done with Mrs. Harrison than Stapleton was upon us with an explanation of his strange behavior of the other day.
I would ask you to let bygones be bygones and understand my sister is everything in my life. We've always been together.
Yes, but surely you must have thought that someday a beautiful woman like Beryl would naturally...
Marry? Leave me alone? Oh, of course. But when I was faced with the reality, it came as such a shock that I really wasn't responsible for what I said or did.
I understand completely.
That relieves me greatly because, in that case, I'm going to ask a favor of you.
Yes?
Give me some time to become accustomed to the situation.
Well, how do you mean?
I will withdraw all opposition if you give me 3 months before claiming her love. After that time, I shall have prepared myself for losing her. And if she's willing, she can become your wife.
I myself was determined to discover the identity of the other man hiding on the moor. And early that evening, I went to examine the abandoned stone huts where Mrs. Harrison said her brother believed the man to be lurking. I approached one of the huts, closed my hand over the butt of my revolver, and entered quickly. The place was empty, but there were distinct evidences that it was being used. As I looked around the remains of a meal, I heard a stone click. Then a figure loomed in the doorway.
It's a lovely evening, my dear Watson. I really think you'll be more comfortable outside than in.
Holmes! I was never happier to see anyone in my life.
Or more astonished, eh? Please be careful with that revolver.
Oh, I thought you were busy working in London.
That was what I wished you to think. By keeping you in the dark, I've been able to pursue my inquiries freely. And I've uncovered some information which will lead us to the villain.
And all my reports have been wasted.
Not at all, not at all. I have them with me, and they help me immeasurably. For instance, They've led me to the vital bit of information. The vital bit of information, my friend. The lady passing as Jack Stapleton's sister is really his wife.
Good heavens, Holmes. Are you sure?
Thanks to you, Watson. In all the pack of lies that Stapleton told you, he dropped one grain of truth. He was once a schoolmaster in the north of England. A check of scholastic agencies turned up the evidence I just passed on to you.
But why? Why this deception?
Because he foresaw that she would be much more useful to him in her character as a free woman.
But what does it all mean, Holmes? What is Stapleton after?
It's murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, deliberate murder. But my nets are closing in on him, even as his are closing on Sir Henry. Another day or two at the joust, and we'll have him.
Good Lord, Holmes! The Hound!
Which way did it come from?
There, near the Black Tor.
Come, Watson. We must not be too late. Not now. Faster, Watson. Faster. No. He's beaten us, Watson. We're too late. Fool that I was to hold my hand. And you, Watson, see what comes of abandoning your chart. Come on. Up there. Up there against the slope. Come on.
Wait. It's Sir Henry. I recognize the tweed jacket.
No. No, Watson, no. Oh, the man has a beard. It's not Sir Henry. It's Selden. It's Selden the convict, wearing Sir Henry's clothes, no doubt furnished him by his sister.
Dr. Watson. Well, you're the last man I should have expected to see on the moor at this time of night. And what's this? Somebody hurt? Don't tell me it's Sir Henry.
It's Selden, the escaped convict who appears to have fallen and broken his neck. What brings you onto the moor at this hour, sir?
I heard a cry. You heard it too, I expect.
Yes.
You hear anything else beside a cry?
No.
Well, that's very comforting coming from Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, you seem to be very quick at identification, Mr. Stapleton.
Oh, you also, Mr. Holmes. But now that you're on the scene, perhaps you've made some discoveries.
No, only that this tragedy will make an unpleasant memory for me to take back to London tomorrow night.
You return tomorrow?
That's my intention.
Does that mean you already have a solution to the strange events which have been troubling all of us here on the moor?
No. Any investigator needs facts, not legends or rumors. No, on the whole, this has not been a satisfactory case.
I couldn't believe that Holmes meant to leave the scene. And when I questioned him, he quickly set my mind at rest. He was laying a trap for the cunning Stapleton, and he needed also to have Sir Henry believe he wouldn't be on the scene. The following morning at breakfast...
Good morning, gentlemen. I see you've already helped yourselves from the sideboard.
I'm afraid I've made some rather heavy inroads on the bacon. It's exactly the way I like it. Tell me, tonight you dine with our friends, the Stapletons.
Yes. I hope you and Watson will join me. I'm sure you'll be welcome.
I'm sorry, but Watson and I must go to London.
London? Oh, I hoped you and Watson were going to see me through this business.
My dear fellow, what I'm going to say next will try your trust in me even more sorely. But I beg of you to do as I ask.
What's that?
After you dine, walk back to the hall across the moor.
What? Isn't that the very thing you told me never to do?
I'm asking you to believe me when I say you'll be perfectly safe. But it's essential that you do it.
Of course, Holmes and I would be hiding along his path to Baskerville Hall, but we did not tell him that.
Careful, Watson. Oh, look over at the Grimpen Mire. Isn't that fog hanging over there?
It is indeed, Holmes.
Damnation. And it's moving toward us. Our success and even Sir Henry's life hang on his coming out before the fog is over the path. Oh, thank heaven. He's coming now. whistling in the dark, and I can't say I blame him. Get after him, Watson. Get your revolver.
Good Lord, Holmes! What is it? A creature from hell!
Watson, shoot!
The creature that lay lifeless on the path as Holmes and I stood over it was part bloodhound, part mastiff, and large as a small lioness. Even in the stillness of death, the huge jaws seemed to be dripping with a bluish flame, and the eyes ringed with fire. A white-faced Sir Henry staggered back to us.
What in heaven's name is that creature?
The family ghost, and it's dead. Whatever it is.
Yes, but the fire.
Phosphorus. Look. Now my fingers seem on fire.
Holmes, it's a cunning preparation because it has no odor. Thus it didn't interfere with the brute's power of scent.
And now we must bring the man behind the brute to book. He's undoubtedly been warned by the shots that the game is up. And he's headed back to Merripit House and his wife.
Wife? You mean his sister? And surely it isn't Stapleton, but...
Sir Henry, I meant what I said. Beryl Stapleton is his wife. And his name isn't Stapleton, since he's your younger cousin. The black sheep who didn't die in Central America, as we'd been told.
What? I can't believe it. It can't be.
The door's open. I'll wager the bird has flown, but let's go in and see.
There you are, Holmes. The villain's tied and gagged her. One moment, Beryl. Easy does it. There.
Oh, Henry, I tried to warn you. You see what he did to me.
There'll be time for explanations later, madame. But where is he?
Where is he? Burning in hell, I hope. Dying slowly in the quicksand of the mire.
He knows a path. He told me so.
The path, yes. The path to his safe place in the center where he kept the great hound. I helped place the guiding wands. But yesterday, I changed them. And in tonight's fog, he'll not notice.
Stapleton's body was never found. Some days later, when Holmes and I were back in the Baker Street flat, I asked, there's one thing that still puzzles me. That business about the boots. What did Stapleton want with two different boots?
Oh, the first boot he stole was brand new, and therefore useless to him because he needed a boot with Sir Henry's scent for the Hound.
Amazing, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
What is even more amazing is the fact that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who created the greatest detective of all time, a man whose cool, incisive reasoning served as a model for hundreds of lesser detectives, was himself a dupe of the spiritualists. He was constantly fooled and defrauded by mediums, and was laughed at by the world for relaying a message from Houdini's dead mother to Houdini. Only the message was in English, a language Houdini's mother never knew. I'll be back shortly. The record shows that Doyle, tired of writing Sherlock Holmes stories, and attempted to kill off his popular detective by having him thrown over the Reichenbach Falls. Popular demand, however, forced a reluctant Doyle to bring Holmes back. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Lloyd Battista, Carol Teitel, Robert Dryden, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. William Powell in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, a story based on fact. The true report of a chase through a city in an effort to find a killer. It's called The Barking Death. Our star, Mr. William Powell.
This is Harlow Wilcox. Say, could your church use as much as $50,000? Well, you can help your church, hospital, school, or any other recognized local or national charity share in a total of $100,000 by registering now in the Autolite Family Charity Drawing. A total of $100,000 in cash awards to the recognized charities selected by the 25 persons named in this drawing. Now, it is our privilege to have you hear what the head of one of America's finest organizations says about this great event. Here is Mr. William Ziegler, president of the American Foundation for the Blind.
This unique and generous Autolite offer deserves your attention. And when it comes to picking your favorite charitable group, remember that the American Foundation for the Blind needs your help to help our sightless people of all ages.
To enter the Autolite Family Charity Drawing, print your name and address on a registration form at any of these Autolite Family car showrooms. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. There's no obligation.
And now, Autolite presents The Barking Death, starring Mr. William Powell, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
It's over now, and the town has settled down. Most of what happened I know because I was a part of it. The rest I must imagine for you. Our town is not very large, 25,000 people last census. Good town, proud of its police and fire protection, proud of its city administration and its health center. Then a thing happened to it. Terrifying thing. And this is the way it began.
Right in here, Doctor. Massive bite. Here. Cheek.
How long ago?
10 days ago. Medicated it himself. A few hours ago, his wife called me.
She wouldn't speak to me when I came in, Doctor. Upset.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Garrison here has been a patient of mine for a long time. Whole family. Well, she called me and said her husband was complaining of headaches. Then had a spasm when he tried to drink a glass of water. And a certain excitability. I didn't know about the dog bite until I came over. What do you think?
Where's the dog?
That one you hear out in the backyard. He's on a leash, attached to a clothesline.
Yeah, I'll get him down to the lab and run a saliva test. Observe him.
What about Garrison here? Passed your treatment?
You need me to say it for you, Doctor? If this man's got rabies, it's too late for anything at all. The dog was a mongrel, mostly beagle, spotted black and white, both ears and its muzzle white. A man from the Animal Society was called in, and he took the dog to the health center. It was shortly after midnight. Mr. Garrison was kept under sedation, his symptoms being very painful. I got to the center about 8:30 the next morning and went immediately to the laboratory where the dog had been quartered.
Yeah, I got the list right here, Lieutenant. 3 microscopes. That's right, Lieutenant. 3 microscopes, binocular. Dissecting instruments, so must have taken a couple of fistfuls of them. I don't know exactly what, scalpels, probes. I guess that's about all.
Hey, what's the matter?
Oh, hi, Paul. Hold it a minute, Lieutenant. Dr. Miller just came in. Robbery here last night, Paul. Got 3 microscopes.
Yes, I heard you.
Must have picked the lock. I found a piece of tin on the sidewalk when I came in.
Well, you finish up with the police, then you can tell me about it.
Hello, Lieutenant. Yeah, you got that? Oh, the way I figure, it couldn't have been just one man. Those microscopes are pretty heavy, so there must have been a couple of them. Oh, yeah, sure. I'll leave everything alone.
Joe?
Hold a minute, Lieutenant. Yeah, what, Paul?
The dog.
Huh?
In that cage.
The lock's been sprung on that cage. Did you...
Why, I don't know anything about it.
Now, give me that phone. Hello?
Yes?
This is Dr. Miller.
Yes, sir?
Something's important. Something...
Dr. Kramer's just gave me a list of things that were stolen.
Listen, there was a dog here, a rabid dog, and he's gone.
What?
A dog, a black and white spotted mongrel. And chances are 1,000 to 1 he had rabies. And whoever stole those microscopes stole that dog. If that dog bites, well, rabies is 100% fatal.
I guess you'd better let me have that description, Doc.
Black and white spots. Mostly beagle, I think.
Where'd you get them crazy black and white spots, doggy? Doggy. Doggy, Pooch, he's some more hamburger, doggy. Look at him. Look at him, Harry.
Cliff.
Nice doggy.
What'd you take the dog for, Cliff?
Pretty doggy.
Merchandise ain't enough for you, Cliff? Microscopes, all that junk, you gotta take that there
I
Hound?
like Pooches, Harry. Now leave me alone. I like Pooches.
That dog's got to go.
Oh.
Got to go.
Now listen.
Out with that dog, Cliff. I ain't gonna live in the same room with no animal.
Now wait a minute,
So
Harry.
you like the dog. Well, both of you, good day.
Cliff's
You and the pooch.
Doggy. Doggy, you're not liked. Gotta lose you, doggy.
Now.
Poochie, little Poochie, we gotta go for a little walk, Poochie.
And a petty thief took a walk with a dog, holding him in his arms against the chill autumn air. Took a walk while the town alerted itself, made aware of a danger, had leaders and interested people who came together and were briefed. Now, everyone, find a chair and sit down, please.
Dr. Miller,
Yes?
my name is Mrs. Stone, and
Mrs. Stone, there'll be ample
I've
opportunity
written down a question here, and I'd like to ask you. Is it the habit of this foundation to house a mad dog? The second part of my question is, who is responsible for the laxity in letting this dog escape so that he is a menace to the community and its people? That's my question, Dr. Miller. And as a housewife and a woman who, well, I would like to hear what you have to say.
Mrs. Stone, this meeting was called for the press and any interested parties just to answer that kind of question. The dog was under observation to make certain he was rabid.
But the fact remains,
What fact remains?
somebody was incompetent. That's all I have to say.
Dr. Miller,
Mr. Collins,
my paper is questioning your methods.
what about?
All this publicity.
A newspaper man and you...
The duty to the community. What about panic?
What about it?
Well, scaring people about an animal on the loose, an animal that might kill you. People from the health department ringing doorbells, police, people up in the hills with guns hunting for a dog, a spotted black and white dog. Little ridiculous, huh?
Is it?
That's the question I asked you, Doctor.
Yes, you did. Dr. Kramos,
Yes, Doctor?
are you ready with the film?
All ready.
Will one of you people switch off that light, please? Now, in this projector is just a few feet of film of a child suffering from rabies. I think all of you should see it. Okay, Doctor. All right. Now, will someone turn on the lights again, please? Well, I see Mrs. Stone walked out. Well, I didn't show that film to scare anyone. Just so we can get into a frame of mind. Just so we can be deadly serious. Somewhere in our town is an animal which has a deadly disease. And whoever he bites, if that person does not receive immediate treatment, that person will surely die.
You mean anybody who gets rabies?
Will surely die. Without treatment, it's 100% fatal. Now, Dr. Kramas, can I have that chart?
Of course, Doctor.
Drawing of human nervous system. To make a simple point, the virus of rabies attacks the nerves, travels them till it reaches the brain. The closer to the brain the bite is, the less time it takes for the awful symptoms you just saw to appear. Then, death. And I repeat it. Once the virus reaches here, it is 100% fatal.
Want a doggy, Sonny?
Huh?
Pretty little doggy. You can have him.
Honest?
Just you be nice to him, that's all.
My mother wouldn't let me have him.
Oh, pretty little pooch. Feed him. Feed him right back here between his floppy little ears.
Could keep him in the garage, though, and not tell Mom.
Now, just so you be good to him.
That's my house right over there, and right in back's a garage, and nobody hardly goes in there. We use it for storage mostly, and Mommy wouldn't know I had him.
Now, he likes meat and bones.
I know about doggies.
He needs something warm. Put a cushion down.
Yes, sir.
Now, handle him nice.
What's his name?
Pooch.
Aw, what kind of name?
Look, you want him or don't you want him?
Come here, doggy. Come here, pretty doggy.
The boy, whose name was Peter Barrett, took the dog in his arms and walked away with it. And a half mile away, a Jeep, outfitted as a sound truck, blared a warning. The three men's clubs of the town held an emergency meeting together. Searching parties were organized. The civil defense system was alerted. And a man, a health officer, directed all of it. A man who became tired.
Paul?
Yeah?
Some coffee.
Oh, thanks.
I got it, Black.
Yeah. Put it down.
Now who should take it easy?
What do you want, Joe?
Just take it easy.
16 hours.
Well,
Nothing.
probably... No, I'll get it. Dr. Miller's office. This is Dr. Kremauer speaking. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh, that's too bad. Yes, of course, I'll tell him.
Well, tell me what?
Mr. Garrison died, rabies. They'll send some samples over to pathology for negri bodies, but there's no question about it.
Now we're sure of it. Rabies.
Yeah, now we're sure of it.
And the dog hasn't been found. And somebody's going to irritate that dog, and he'll bite. And a rabid dog is very easy to irritate.
Hi, doggy. Hi, sweet doggy. Brought you a bone, doggy, and some milk. Gee, you look funny, Poochie. What's the matter? Oh, come here and snuggle up. Is that better?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. William Powell in The Barking Death, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox. Tonight we are privileged to salute the Studebaker Corporation as a distinguished member of our Autolite family. So, I've got a date at my Studebaker dealers, and here I am.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi. Say, what's this model? A car of the future?
Well, it's a car of the future, all right, but you can buy one today. It's the new Studebaker for $54. You know, Mr. Wilcox, while other makers are talking about their dream cars, Studebaker is building and selling them. But, of course, the pace-setting Studebaker styling means more than just beauty. It eliminates needless dead weight and excess bulk. Now, that means terrific gas mileage and superb handling ease.
Well, can you get power steering on the new Studebaker?
You sure can, and overdrive, too, if you wish. And, of course, our new Studebakers use many Autolite products, too.
Well, thanks, Mr. Dealer. Autolite is proud of its long association with Studebaker and you Studebaker dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. William Powell in Elliot Lewis's production of The Barking Death, a story based on fact and well calculated to keep you in suspense.
A child of the town nuzzling his cheek against death. Something he was hiding away. Child's secret. As every child has and is entitled to a secret. And in another place of the town, the place of test tubes and experiment and statistics, the town's health center and my office.
Hello,
Yes?
Dr. Miller.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I'm Mrs. Roki.
You sit down.
All those advertisements about a dog.
Yes?
On the radio and the newspapers.
Yes? You know where?
Oh, yes.
You know where it is? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, but first you must understand something, Dr. Miller.
What?
That I alone am responsible for catching the animal.
You caught him?
I certainly knew the risk I was taking.
Where is he, Mrs. Roki?
Now, after all, if that animal's as dangerous as you say he is, I did a pretty brave thing.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Roki. Come on, let's leave Dr. Miller alone.
Oh, you think you're smart.
What's all this?
She came up the back way.
Just take your hand away.
Come on.
So what is all this, Joe?
Mrs. Roki got past the police, she got past the information desk, and she got to me, and she told me she caught a black and white spotted dog. She's got one, all right.
I have.
Yes, you have, Mrs. Roki.
In my car.
Yes, you have, Mrs. Roki.
Then you go right down there and destroy him.
We don't destroy animals, Mrs. Roki. Never.
Dr. Miller.
Yes?
Now, you listen here. I caught a mad dog, and
She's got a little chihuahua down there, not the dog we're looking for. Mrs. Roki wants her picture in the paper, don't you, Mrs. Roki? You don't really know what's going on right now, do you? Now, come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, all that bother about a dog. Oh, probably no such thing as rabies anyhow.
Come on.
Mrs. Roki. Mrs. Roki, pray that that animal doesn't bite anyone.
Ow! What'd you do that for? Why did you bite me? Why did you bite my arm for, Poochie? Mama! Mama! Mama? Mama? Mama!
Which happened in a white clapboard house, 1647 Whittier Avenue, garage detached near the railroad yards. And down Main Street, close to its east end where there's more grass, the group of municipal buildings. The office of the Lieutenant of Police.
From my point of view, Dr. Miller, police point of view.
Which is that?
What we seem to have forgotten. 2 microscopes were stolen and various instruments. The disposal of same. That's my point of view, Doctor. Procedure.
You care to tell me about it?
Yeah, we're looking for the wrong thing.
What do you mean?
It's easier to find microscopes than a dog. Anyhow, I told you, procedure, routine. We've questioned men with known records, alerted... Oh, excuse me. Lieutenant Stevens speaking. Oh, where? Well, good. Bring him down here. I said routine, Doctor, and you didn't seem impressed.
Suitably so, Lieutenant. Listen, there's only one thing that could make me jump up on this desk and shout hooray and go through all the antics you...
Oh, no, just take it easy.
It's not a time to get cryptic, that's all.
Oh, thanks, Sergeant. That'll be all. Sit down. What's your name?
Wood. Harry Wood.
Vagrancy.
Started out like that, sir.
Yeah, that's what the sergeant told me over the phone. He said you yelled you weren't a vagrant, and they took you home to find out. And they found a microscope.
Then he's the...
I said routine, Doctor, and you didn't seem impressed. Spotting a vagrant is routine.
Is it all right if I...
Sure, go ahead.
You stole the microscope from the health center, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
3 microscopes and instruments and a dog.
Yes, sir.
Where's the dog?
I don't know.
Now, listen, you. What did you do with that dog?
I said I didn't know. Cliff took the dog.
What's he talking about, Lieutenant?
Cliff, the other man. There was more than one, remember? And he took the dog.
And I made him get rid of it.
How?
I didn't ask him how I got rid of it. He got rid of it.
Well, where is he? Where is this Cliff? Lieutenant, ask him where...
Now, look, the sergeant said he went back to this man's room. No one was there, or the 2 other microscopes, or the instruments.
I don't know where he went.
I'm going to say it to you again, Doctor. Routine. Mostly that pays off more than anything else. Now it's a matter of finding a man named Cliff.
And 12 blocks away, across Main Street and down 2 blocks, there was a store. And there was a man in the store he had owned for the last 20 years. Smallish man, nothing extraordinary. Citizen of the town. About to become a hero.
Yes, sir? Pawn it. Listen to microscopes.
Yes, I see.
How much?
2 microscopes.
I'm throwing over my entire practice and getting rid of everything. And I'll tell you something.
Oh?
Give me a good price on these 2, and I got another one.
Doctor.
Huh?
I said, doctor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah?
Mr. Harding, our instrument man, is in the back. He should see these. Well, you understand.
Oh, sure. You're just the violin and suit man, and Mr. Harding's...
The instrument man.
Oh, sure.
Wait here. I'll be right back.
Well, you just tell Mr. Harding the doc's in a big hurry.
Quickly, the police. Hello? This is Carl Roberts on 3rd Street, pawn shop. A man just came in, a little bit drunk, came in with 2 binocular microscopes, both of them Bosch and Loom. Says he has another one, claims he's a doctor, but... just a second. Serial number, G1135...
Wait, no, Mr. Harding. Talk to the phone. Give me those.
Now, sir.
Get out of the way and give me those microscopes.
You're a dirty little thief. That's what you are, breaking into the health center and stealing, and that's where these microscopes come from.
Get out of my way.
And that animal you stole, that dog, the whole town is looking for.
I said get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't.
Okay, you asked for it.
Help. Stop him! Stop that man! Stop him!
The man who owned the pawn shop had been in business for the last 20 years. A smallish man, nothing extraordinary, citizen of the town, who became a hero. Who caught a thief named Cliff Loomis. And Loomis confessed to his thefts. And a little later, I had a chance to speak with Loomis. About a dog.
Look, I've been on it too.
A dog with black and white spots and white muzzle.
What do you want from me? You got your junk back? What's so important about a lousy dog?
Look, the police have been to your room and he's not there.
I asked you a question. What's so important about a
Did he bite you?
You crazy.
Did he?
Bones he bit. Me, he wagged his tail for. A very nice dog.
I want to show you something.
Huh?
Here, look at them. Go on, take them, Cliff.
Pictures?
Go on.
Go on. Doc.
Yes?
You must be crazy carrying around pictures like these.
Pictures of people dying, Cliff.
That's what I mean, pictures like these.
People bitten by a rabid animal.
What does that mean?
Like that dog you stole.
What?
It had rabies.
Bit somebody, they'd...
Unless they were treated in time.
Doc.
Yep.
I gave the dog to a little boy.
Where? Where, Cliff?
Doc.
Where?
I don't know.
Listen, Cliff.
No, I'm not kidding, Doc. I don't know. I told you I've been looped. This is the jolt that makes me all of a sudden not looped, and I'm telling you true, I don't know where the kid is.
Yeah?
Doc, it was somewhere near where our room was. I remember Harry said get rid of the pooch, so I went downstairs, and the first kid I met, it's Hazy, Doc.
Listen, we'll take a ride, Cliff.
Police, too?
Afraid so. We're going to take a ride, and we're going to try to find that boy. Ring a lot of doorbells and ask a lot of questions. And find him, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Tinker Doll. I didn't see you. I didn't mean to kick you. And now don't you cry. My mom isn't home, and I won't know what to do if you cry. I know. I'll play a tune. Better? I got hurt, too. It doesn't hurt so much anymore. Poochie didn't mean to bite me. Should we play records, Tinker Doll? All right.
Diddle, diddle, dumpling, my son John went to bed with his stockings on. One shoe off and one shoe on. Diddle, diddle, dumpling, my son John.
Hello?
Hello.
My mother isn't home, mister.
Why are you holding your arm like that?
It hurts a little.
Why?
Poochie bit me.
Then he told me where the dog was. The dog with the black and white spots. The deadly animal who had bitten no one else. We had gotten there in time. The boy was treated and got better in a town that slept well that night.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. William Powell.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Have you signed up in the $100,000 Autolite family charity drawing? Well, if you're 18 or over, visit one of the following car dealers: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Just print your name and address on a registration form and have the dealer sign it. You don't have to own one of these cars. You don't have to solve or buy or write anything. So help your local church, hospital, the American Foundation for the Blind, or any other local or national recognized charity share in this huge sum. Remember, if you are one of the top 25 names in this drawing, the recognized charity of your choice can receive a big part of $100,000. So visit any of these Autolite family car showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Make sure to sign up tomorrow.
Next week, the story of a man who wanted to apologize for threatening a stranger. And when he got there, the stranger was dead, and the police were waiting. It's called Circumstantial Terror. Our star, Mr. Ronald Reagan. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Barking Death was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in the cast were Junius Matthews, Dick Beals, Ted Bliss, Joseph Kearns, Jack Crucian, Gene Wood, Paula Winslow, and Hy Averback.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Adventure ahead.
The National Broadcasting Company presents another in the series of famous stories for the young of all ages. Adventure Ahead. This week, The Biscuit Eater by James Street. A story of hunting dogs and the men and boys who raised them. The story of a scrawny little water-eyed pup that folks down south wouldn't have called a biscuit eater. Adventure Ahead. Seven new arrivals came to Harvey McNeil's place down in the piney wood country of Mississippi, and two young men were soon on hand to welcome the furry little strangers.
Well, hello, boys.
Morning, Papa. Howdy, Mr. McNeil.
Up Kyla Ernie, ain't you, boys?
We come to see Bonnie Blue's new puppy.
Oh?
That's right, Mr. McNeil. We can see him, can't we?
I reckon so, if you're careful of 'em. Come on in the shed.
All right.
There they are, boys.
Golly.
All seven of 'em. Bonnie Blue.
Look at them little old pups. Golly, they sure is little. Ain't hardly got their eyes open, Mr. McNeil.
No?
Could I hold one of them, Papa? Could I?
Sure, Lonnie. Handle 'em easy. Old Bonnie's got her eye on you. You hurt one of 'em, and she'll jump you like a blue jay jumps a June bug.
I'll be careful.
Hiya, puppy dog. How you doing, little old puppy dog?
That they's going to make first-rate bird dogs.
Yes, sirree, bobtail.
They ought to make good hunting dogs. Bonnie Blue was a grand champion in a day. Almost as good as our Silver Bell.
Mr. Ames's pointer?
Uh-huh.
That Mr. Ames show owns a lot of superfine bird dogs.
Well, he's a sportsman, Text. He likes dogs, particularly champions. That's why I like to work for him.
Bet these dogs will be champions, Mr. McNeil. Gee, Manetti, they'll take the birds easy.
Well, it's more than just that, Text. They'll have to be trained and looked after for a long time. Maybe a year before they can enter the field trials. To take care of their eyes and ears, give them shots so they're healthy, right kinds of food.
Golly, they must be a powerful lot of trouble.
No, they're no trouble at all when you really love dogs. And you get a reward for your work, too, when they're real champions someday.
Well, I'll just put you back with your mama, little old puppy dog, because you're going to be a champion someday. There.
Mr. McNeil, how long do you expect it'll be till these little old pups wins a ribbon at them field trials?
Oh, they won't all be champions.
Huh?
What do you mean, Papa?
Well, boys, there's a difference between those seven pups.
They, yes. Look all the same to me.
What makes them different?
The bloodline.
Huh?
Well, most every litter of puppies has a doubtful strain. Bad streak from their pappy or grandpappy who wasn't so good. That bad strain in the bloodline shows up in one or two pups of every litter.
Every litter?
Uh-huh. Now, you take these seven little pups. Their pappy was a fair to middling bird dog. Till he started killing Farmer Eben's sheep.
Yes, I know.
What happened to him?
I had to shoot him, Tex. That's the code of the piney woods. If a dog kills sheep or chickens, he has to die. That bad streak or strain most always shows up in a litter. It always comes out.
But how can you tell?
Oh, it's not hard, Lonnie.
You mean one of these little old puppies is a bad one on account of his pappy?
Yeah.
Well, which one?
Well, this little scrawny one. Here on the end. Up you go, boy. See the size of him, boys?
Uh-huh. He's sure a little pup.
Yeah, he's the runt. Scrawny, spots all over him like freckles. Stringy tail. Never make a champion. In other words, this dog's just a biscuit eater.
A biscuit eater?
Means that that's all he's good for, is to fetch his own food, his own meat and biscuit. There, boy. Means he'll probably turn out to run rabbits and kill sheep and chickens just to feed himself.
A biscuit eater's a no-count dog, all right. But, Mr. McNeil, this little old pup don't look like a biscuit eater.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Text.
Yes, sir?
This one won't be trained in my kennels.
Well, what you gonna do with him, Papa?
I have to take him away, son.
But why?
This is little pup's of no account. Why, he'd be giving me nothing but trouble if I let him grow up.
You mean you're gonna kill him?
Now, don't look at it that way, son.
You shouldn't do it.
But, son...
I was a run. I got freckles. Why don't you drown me?
Now, Lonnie, don't talk that way.
Well...
There's a batting in most every litter. This is just a no-good pup.
But 'tain't his fault, Mr. McNeil.
Papa,
I don't want nothing to happen to him.
I don't either. Couldn't we have him, Mr. McNeil, if you don't want him?
No, boys, I...
Please, Papa.
But, son...
Don't do nothing to him, Papa. We'd like to have him.
Now, Lonnie, I can't have him around my other dogs here in the kennels.
We could keep him at my cabin. My folks wouldn't mind.
Sure. We could do that, Papa.
Well...
We could train him to be our own special bird dog. Couldn't we, Ted?
You bet.
Well, all right, boys, you can have him.
Gee, thanks, Papa.
But someday you'll be sorry, I'm afraid, when he starts chasing chickens and rabbits and maybe killing sheep. Just remember, Sonny, this little runt is just a no-good biscuit eater.
We got us a dog, Lon, a real show-enough dog.
Uh-huh. And it's all our own, too.
Ain't he a beaut?
Sure is. Come here, little old puppy. Come here, boy.
Look at them big old eyes, and them big old feet, and that big old short tail.
Uh-huh.
Bet he can point birds from here to yonder. Bet if he tries, he can point partridge on light breath.
He's a fine dog, all right. I hope your Aunt Charity don't mind us keeping him here at your cabin.
No, she don't mind.
You call him, Tex. See if he comes to you.
Here, pup. Here, pup. Here, puppy dog. Looky here, Lon. He comes right over.
Sure.
I just know he's going to be a fine bird dog when he grows up.
Well, I hope so.
Say,
what?
We ain't got a name for our dog.
Gee, no. Oh, we got to have a name. What do we call him?
How about Moreover?
Moreover?
Uh-huh.
What kind of name is that?
It's a Bible name.
It is?
Why, sure enough. It's in the Bible.
Whereabouts?
I don't know exactly, but I heard the preacher say so. He said, Moreover the dog followed Noah.
He did? Moreover the dog.
That's right.
Well, if Moreover's good enough for the Bible, I reckon it's good enough for us. That's what we'll call him.
Howdy, little pup. Your name's Moreover. Yes, the Moreover. What you think of that? See there, Lon.
Uh-huh.
He likes the Bible name. Don't you, Moreover? When we going to start training him, Lon?
Well, the sooner the better, I reckon.
We're going to train him like your pappy trains his dog?
Sure. Near as I can remember how my papa does it.
Mr. McNeil sure makes champion bird dogs. Kind of wish he'd train our little pup.
Huh? He wouldn't. You heard him say he's a biscuit eater.
Hush up, little old pup.
Besides, my papa's too busy training Silver Bell.
Mr. Ames' dog?
Uh-huh. I just hope our little old pup turns out to hunt like Silver Bell. Well, she's already won 4 ribbons at the county field trials.
Golly. Bet Mr. Ames is a heap pleased with her. A real champion.
He's up at our place now.
Mr. Ames?
Uh-huh. Comes down once a month to talk to my papa and see all his dogs. Guess we wouldn't do so good if it wasn't for Mr. Ames.
What you mean, Lone?
Well, he pays my papa for raising his hunting dogs and his champion dogs for the field trials. 'Cause Mr. Ames likes to have pure D first-class bird dogs.
I'm glad he ain't got more over.
Huh? Mr. Ames wouldn't have no truck with our little old puppy dog.
Why not?
Well, on account of my papa says we got a biscuit eater.
Say, Lone.
Huh?
Look at Moreover. He acts just like he knew what a biscuit eater is.
Golly. Well, he sure does.
Reckon he really knows what a biscuit...
Hush it. Don't say it.
Huh? Oh, no. We mustn't, must we?
Remember what that name means?
Yeah.
We got us a real intelligent dog here, Tex. We gotta be careful. Never to call him a you-know-what.
Golly, yeah.
You just cheer up, little old puppy dog. We ain't never gonna call you that name again.
Here, girl. Come here, Silver Bell. Easy now. That's the girl. Here she is, Miss Ames.
Hello there, Silver Bell. Nice girl. Oh, she's a fine dog, McNeil.
Yes, sir.
Looking better every time I see her. Aren't you, old man? Huh? You bet. All right. Run along now, Silver Bell. Back to your kennel. Oh, she's a fine dog. I think we've got every reason to be proud of her, McNeil. You've done a good job.
Thank you, Mr. Ames.
You're giving up plenty of training? In the field every day?
Every minute I can spare.
Good. Of course, the county field trials are a long way off, but this year I want to make certain that Silver Bell wins the ribbon, McNeil.
And I think I know why.
You've guessed it. One more blue ribbon here, and then the national trials at Grand Junction, Tennessee.
That's a big meeting up there. Lots of fine bird dogs. But I think Silver Bell's appointed to give them a run for their money.
You do, huh?
Yep.
Well, your word is good enough for me. You've done a fine job of raising my dogs, McNeil. And as long as they keep on winning all the meets and field trials, I won't ever complain.
All right, sir.
But, seriously, McNeil.
Yes, sir?
You've got a big job on your hands raising and training all these dogs. And you've been doing it all yourself as long as I've known you. You're not getting any younger, McNeil.
What do you mean?
Well, don't you think you ought to get some assistance? Hire some men to help you handle the dogs?
Well, I have thought about it. But I love these dogs, Mr. Ames. I understand them. I'd kind of be afraid for just anybody to take care of them.
Oh, of course. I know how you must feel about them.
And besides, with the war and all, I don't know where I'd find anybody to help me.
Well, what about your son, Lonnie, and that little text fella? Couldn't they do a man's work?
Those boys? No, I'm afraid not. Maybe someday, but not soon. They got an awful lot to learn.
Hey, you, moreover.
Moreover? Come here, boy.
How you expect to be a high-rating dog making all that noise?
Moreover, come here. You just gotta be quiet when you're hunting birds. Them quails are gonna fly away if you make a lot of noise.
They sure is.
Now, let's try it again, moreover.
Go get him, dog.
Go get him. Tex, look at him go through the grass.
He moves fast, and he ain't making a sound.
No.
He's a natural-born bird dog, Ron. Natural bone.
Yes. And he ain't no biscuit eater.
Well, boys, still trying to train that dog.
Yes, sir, Mr. McNeil.
We're going to use a shotgun over him tomorrow.
That's so?
And Shirley lend us her gun.
Well, you boys be careful. I don't care if you kill a dog, but don't hurt yourselves.
Easy now, moreover. Easy.
You got it, Lone.
Hold that point. Fetch him, moreover. Fetch them birds.
Lone, he sure is a good bird dog. Lon, we've been training moreover every day like this for a long time.
Uh-huh. Just about 6 months, I guess.
Golly, he sure has growed up. And he sure has turned out a plumb superfine high-rating dog.
Oh, hello, son. Not working your dog today?
He's out with Tex.
Oh.
I wanted to ask you, Papa, about the papers on Moreover.
Papers? What about them?
Well, that is, me and Tex, we want to register him.
Register?
Yes, sir. We'd like to have his papers if you got them.
Oh, I reckon they're around here someplace. But, well, I don't see what good they'll do you. Only time you might need them was if you was going to enter a field trial. Or were you thinking of running that dog in a trial at the county seat next month, huh?
Well, yes, sir. That's just what I aim to do.
What?
I want to run Moreover in the county trials next month.
But you ain't serious, son.
Yes, I am.
But Lonnie...
Stands a good chance to win as any other dog up there.
All right. But it costs money to enter a dog up at the county seat. Where'd you figure to get the entry fee?
Well, I hadn't thought about that.
Son, you haven't got a chance at the trials. Why, that dog of yours is just a biscuit eater.
He ain't either. Why, he don't even like to be called a biscuit eater. Me and Tex ought to know. He ain't a biscuit eater.
That still remains to be seen, Lonnie.
Well, anyway, me and Tex want to run him in the county trials. We want to give him a chance.
You mean it, don't you? Okay, son. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Yes, sir?
I'll give you and Tex a job, painting all my kennel houses. You can earn your entry fee.
Jim and Nettie.
Is it a go?
Yes, sirree, Bob.
I'll stick your dog to the entry fee if you want to throw your money away. But don't say I didn't warn you of one thing.
What do you mean, Papa?
Silver Bell's entered in that field trial.
Well, McNeil, how's our champion? Ready for the big show?
All set, Mr. Ames.
I saw you drive in a while ago. Quite a load on your truck.
Well, yes, sir. 2 boys and 2 dogs. Brought Lonnie and Tex with me.
2 dogs?
Yeah, the boys have got a pup they're entering in the...
Oh, a little competition for Silver Bell, huh?
Well, not hardly. How does the field look, Mr. Ames?
There's not a thing to worry about, McNeil. I've already looked over most of the entries, and our Silver Bell is in a class by herself. She can't be beaten.
How is he, Tex? How's our little old dog?
Just wait, Lon. I've been brushing him down.
Gee, moreover looks mighty fine.
What'd you find out from the judges?
Oh, it looks easy, Tex.
You do?
When our turn comes, we get 2 chances to point a covey of quail out in the field yonder.
Uh-huh.
And the judges watch the dog and me, and when moreover's made a point, they give us a regular mark for how good he is.
Golly. Hope we get enough marks to win.
Only one thing worries me, Tex.
What?
Well, the judges paired up all the entries so 2 dogs run the field at the same time. And our dog's going to work the field with Silver Bell.
Silver Bell?
Uh-huh. We're the last 2 dogs on the meet.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, don't you see, Tex? Silver Bell is Mr. Ames's dog that my papa's raised and trained. And if moreover was to beat out Silver Bell, well, Mr. Ames is liable to get riled up and my papa might lose his job.
Golly. I never thought of that.
I want moreover to win, but I wouldn't want that to happen.
Your pappy talk about it to you?
No. Reckon he don't think we got a chance to win.
I sure wished we could win.
So do I, Tex.
Hey, here they come. Both of them.
Huh?
Must have come from the judge's booth.
Well. Hello, boys.
Howdy, Mr. Ames,
Well,
Mr. McNeil.
You busy, son?
Yes, sir.
Well, hiya, boy. So this is the other entry from the McNeil kennels, huh?
Yes, Mr. Ames.
Name's Moreover. He's a natural-born bird dog.
Was that so? I understand your dog is running against my Silver Bell in the last contest of the meet.
Yes, sir.
I hope your dog don't show up Silver Bell too bad in the finals, eh, Mr. Ames?
Hey, we'd better get back to our kennel, McNeil. The field trials are about to start.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, boys. And good luck.
Thank you, sir.
We'll meet at the truck, boys, when it's all over.
Yes, sir, Mr. McNeil.
Papa.
Wait a minute, McNeil.
Huh?
That dog back there.
What about it?
Did you take a good look at that dog?
Well,
he's mighty well built. His legs, the muscles, and the way he holds his tail.
Well, he may look like a champion, Mr. Ames. That dog's no good.
You don't think he's a threat, huh?
That dog? Not a chance. Silver Bell couldn't lose against a hound like that.
Yeah.
Dog that ain't been brought up right or trained proper. You take my word for it, Mr. Ames. That Morrow was just a biscuit eater.
And now, the final event of the afternoon. As before, the 2 competing dogs will be judged on performance. The way they range the field and locate birds, and the way they hold a point. I might mention that the marks of the dogs competing so far have fallen way below the record set last year by Silver Bell. And now, the last 2 dogs. Final event. The well-known and famous champion pointer, owned by Mr. Jefferson Ames, Silver Bell. And a second dog name of, Moreover. Handlers and the dogs will now take places on the field.
All right, everybody, come on. Get up here and see what's happening now. Come up close,
Well, Lonnie, won't be long now.
No, sir. Steady, boy.
You'll think your dog can beat my champion, Silver Bell?
Yes, sir. I know he can.
Well, good luck anyway, son.
You men ready?
Yes, sir.
All set.
All right, then. Try to move.
Go get him, Walter. Go get him.
Hey, will you look at that new dog go?
Keen dog, all right. What's his name?
Moreover.
Moving fast. He sure means business.
At the rate he's going, it won't take him long to range the whole field.
That moreover's a real dog, Mr. Ames. Running circles around your Silver Bell.
Yes, I never saw anything like it.
Yeah, knows his stuff. Already got one perfect point marked up, and your dog still ranging the field.
Moreover, I thought that dog was a champion.
Huh? What'd you say, Mr. Ames?
Nothing.
Say, hey, look, a new point.
Oh.
That moreover's got another point.
And a perfect point, too. Yes, this will win the meet if Ronnie can make him hold it.
That dog's froze up like a statue.
Oh.
Never seen nothing like it in my life.
Why, that's perfect. That dog's no biscuit eater.
Hey, the boy. The handler.
What?
Boy's moving up behind his dog.
Well, he shouldn't do that. He's liable to make the dog break his point.
If that dog breaks now, he'll lose the meet.
Lonnie, come back, Lonnie. Lonnie.
Getting closer and closer. What in Sam Hill's the boy doing?
Why, he's talking.
Huh?
He's talking to his dog.
Never heard of that. What for? What's he saying?
Steady now, boy. Steady. Moreover, I wish you could win this meet. And right now, if you just hold still another minute, I reckon you could be champion. A real champion. I can't let you win, moreover. Much as it hurts me way down inside. Because if Mr. Ames's dog don't win, my papa loses his job. Try to understand, little old dog. I'm going to make you break your point. I don't want to do it, moreover, but I have to. Break that point, moreover. You hear me? Break your point. And let the birds go, moreover. Break it. Break that point, you biscuit eater.
Lonnie, what happened?
He broke his point, that's all, Papa.
But why, son? Moreover would have won the meet, Lonnie. Why did he break his point?
I reckon he just ain't good enough to be a champion.
Well, Mr. Ames, Silver Bell won again.
Yes. But there's something about all this that I don't understand.
Well, the main thing's that we won, ain't it?
No, McNeil, that's not the main thing.
Huh?
I may drive down to your place tonight.
Tonight?
And I'd like to see Lonnie when I get there. Right now, I'm going to have a talk with the judges about that first prize ribbon.
Lonnie?
Yes, Papa?
What's the matter, son?
Nothing.
You haven't said a word for 2 hours. Ever since we got home.
No, sir.
I wish you'd talk to me, son. Tell me what's wrong. Maybe I could.
Somebody at the door. I'll open it.
Might be Mr. Ames. He said he was driving down tonight.
Well, hello, Tex.
Hi, little home.
Hey, my little old dog.
Oh, and I couldn't keep more of it down to my cabin. He just kept carrying and carrying on.
He's happy now, ain't you, moreover?
Well, Tex,
Howdy, Mr. McNeil.
still loyal to that dog after the trick he pulled on you today, huh?
I couldn't hold him. He just had to see Lon.
Ah.
He misses me, Papa. He don't want to stay down in the cabin.
Yeah, nevertheless, he'll have to. I reckon that's Mr. Ames. I'll let him in.
He's sure a fine dog, Lon.
Moreover, I won't ever hurt you again.
Oh, hello, Mr. Ames. Come in.
Hello, McNeil. Lonnie's still up. Good. Hello, Lonnie. Tex?
Evening, Mr. Ames.
Boys, have your dog with you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's good. Because I want to talk about this dog.
Huh? What do you mean, Mr. Ames? What's the matter?
Seems to be a lot the matter, McNeil. First of all, you were wrong about this dog. You don't know as much about dogs as I thought you did.
Huh?
But that's partly my fault, maybe. We were both too proud of Silverbell and not proud enough of this dog.
What are you getting at, Mr. Ames?
Moreover, here, boy. Take a good look at this dog, McNeil.
Well?
You're looking at a champion.
Champion?
A champion?
I had a little talk with the judges, boys, after you left this afternoon. They gave me something that rightfully belongs to you and your dog. Here.
The ribbon.
Well, I'll be doggone. The first prize.
That's right, boys.
But
Look at here, moreover. The first prize blue ribbon.
what is all this, Mr. Ames?
Well, moreover, happened to win the county trials today.
But Silverbell...
I withdrew Silverbell. Had her disqualified.
You what? But why? Why?
I'll tell you why, McNeil, because your son here is too much of a man to ever tell you himself.
Lonnie? What happened?
Lonnie threw the championship this afternoon so that Silverbell could win. You see, somehow he had the mistaken idea that the field trial meant more to you and me than it should to a couple of sportsmen.
Is this true, son?
Yes, Papa.
I don't say I didn't hate losing that meet today. I thought Silverbell was the greatest bird dog of all time. But it took a young man, a lot braver than I, to prove that I was wrong.
And I reckon I was wrong, too. From now on, Moreover's going to stay here where he belongs.
Gee, Minetti.
Hey, Papa, that'll be fine.
And, one thing more, McNeil.
Yes, Mr. Ames?
About the help situation. You think you might be needing some good, experienced dog handlers?
Well, I reckon I could use a couple.
Uh-huh. 2, maybe?
Yeah, but good men ain't easy to find these days.
No. But I happen to know of 2 men who just filled the bill.
Who, Mr. Ames?
Well, the 2 men that I had in mind are right here in this room.
That's a funny thing, Mr. Ames. I was thinking of the same 2 fellas. You reckon they'd be interested?
Golly, yes, sir.
I'll say. How about it, moreover?
Adventure Ahead has presented The Biscuit Eater by James Street in a radio dramatization written by Tom Goutet. In today's play, the part of Lonnie McNeil was played by Georgie Ward. Others in the cast were Jim Bowles, Jackie Ayres, James Van Dyke, Kermit Murdoch, Martin Begley, Louis John, and Brad Barker. The music was composed by Leo Kampinski, and the orchestra was directed by Henri Nosco. The entire production was under the direction of Joseph Mansfield.
Presenting the story of Canine Joe, featuring Everett Sloan on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Before we begin our play, here's news of a new inner sole material for stitched-down shoes. This recent development of the DuPont laboratories consists of a combination of cellulose and leather fibers bound together with synthetic rubber binder. This new product has many of the properties of leather, including high resistance to the effects of perspiration or moisture. It'll make possible additional supplies of new shoes, particularly women's and children's shoes. And now, for this evening's play.
This evening, Cavalcade brings you the story of a canine warrior, A Dog Named Joe, written by Arthur Miller from factual reports of the part played by dogs in the war. Only today, newspapers all over America carried pictures showing our war dogs helping to rout the Nazis out of Normandy. Ours is the story of another war dog, Joe, as told by his trainer, Private Potts, United States Army. Joe was a collie that not only understood what you were saying, but also read your mind and, according to Potts, very nearly made a jerk out of the whole United States Army. The DuPont Company presents the story of Canine Joe with Everett Sloan as Private Potts on the Cavalcade of America.
This is Private Potts talking, or Potsy as they call me around the kennels. I know it may be silly for a person to make believe he knows what a dog is thinking, but after you've gone through battle with a collie like Joe and you nearly got killed with him, there are certain things you know about him. Intimate things. After a while, you get to believe you know what he's thinking. And I believe I know that about Joe. When Joe was still a civilian, he lived in the house of Mr. and Mrs. Guare. I met them when I got back from overseas. To start the story from the beginning, Joe was snoozing by the radiator one cold night, a nice, quiet Wednesday evening. Mr. Guare reading his book, Mrs. Guare knitting. But to Joe, something was wrong. It was Wednesday, you see, and they'd given him a bath. All day, the atmosphere had been strained. A bath on Wednesday? He couldn't get it. And he didn't like how sad Mrs. Guare looked at him every few minutes. So he got up and walked over to her and put his long head on her lap.
Hiya, Joe. What's the matter? Look at the way he's looking at me, Henry.
Why, he looks normal to me.
No. I'll bet he knows.
Oh, bunk. Stop mooning over him. We made up our minds, and it's too late to change now. All right, Joe. Quiet, Joe. I guess this is him, Susan.
I don't know if I can do it, Henry.
It's too late to back out. Now pull yourself together. Come in, sir.
Good evening. I'm Mr. Wilson.
Good evening. Let me have your coat.
Oh, thank you.
Can I get you some hot tea?
Oh, no, thanks. I like this weather. Makes me feel young again. Well, he certainly is a fine-looking animal. Like to give him a once-over, if I may.
Sure, go right ahead. Stand up, Joe. Up.
Fine dog. Ever any distemper?
Oh, yes, when he was a pup. It was awful.
But he pulled through fine, Susan. He did, sir.
He doesn't seem to like me.
He doesn't like strangers.
He does, too. He simply...
Does he bite?
Well, no, not exactly.
He bites bill collectors and the mailman.
He does?
Well, no, he didn't bite them exactly. He's very careful about letting people near the house. That's all.
And then he bites.
Well, yes, I guess he does at that.
Well, that's fine.
Fine?
Yeah, we don't like him too friendly. Have you taught him anything?
Oh, not very much.
He carries the paper in every day, Susan.
Does he? Will he obey commands?
Oh, sure. Watch now. Joe, sit down.
Can you get him all the way down without touching him?
All down, Joe. All down.
Splendid. What else?
Oh, nothing I can think of right off.
Well, there is one more thing. He blows ashes off the rug.
What's that?
He blows ashes off the rug. Henry smokes cigars, you see.
Curious habit. But I'm sure the Army will be happy to have him.
The Army. Him, the Army. After all the burglars he kept out of that house, the thousands of dollars he saved them. Well, he would have if there'd been any burglars. But the Army now, that's gratitude. And he always used to say man was the dog's best friend. Well, anyways, Joe goes to the radiator, broods a little, and sleeps. Unbeknownst to him, I also am asleep 300 miles away in camp. We don't know it yet, but a mutual Waterloo is awaiting us. We meet.
It's this collie right here, soldier.
Yes, sir.
His name is, I believe, let's see, yes, here it is, Joe. Now, he's just finished his basic training. You'll start now, get to know his habits and his temperament. From now on, you're responsible for him. He's responsible for you.
Yes, sir.
Now then, he's all yours. We're going to try to make a combat dog out of him. Just keep in mind that someday you might depend on him to save your life. So act accordingly.
Yes, sir.
See me later if there's any question.
Any question? 12 years I work in a dog kennel. Now they put me in the army, and where do I land? Dog! Don't growl at me, collie. I'll bite you quicker than you can curl your lip. Yeah. Let me get this leash loose, and we'll see how much sense you got. Okay, let's go now. 12 years in the kennel, and I land up with the dogs. Come on! Looking back at it now, I realized that Joe saw right away he was going to have trouble with me. I know just how he felt. Here he'd spent all his life with people. He gets in the army, and where do they put him? With people. Well, one day, a lot of trainers lined up at the edge of a woods with our dogs. And then, one by one, we started through. I watched them as we walked. I could see he didn't know what was up. Here it was, just a plain, ordinary woods in broad daylight, and I was crouched over, walking on my toes. He absolutely couldn't get it. Suddenly, a guy we call an aggravator comes at Joe waving a flexible stick. At this point, a dog is supposed to get mad. He's supposed to blow up. He's supposed to be insulted. But Joe? No, you dope. At him! Get him! Joe.
What's the matter with your dog, Potsy? No fight in him.
I don't think you aggravated him enough.
Listen, if I can't aggravate a dog, nobody can aggravate a dog. Look at him, sniffing at that butterfly.
I don't get it. He looks like a dog who could tear an elephant apart and still... You know, I don't think he's mad at anybody.
Yeah? To watch some of these here dogs, you wouldn't know there was a war on.
It's peculiar. I got a letter from his owner this morning, and the guy says to see that Joe is tied up when any mailmen come by. He can't stand mailmen and bill collectors.
Don't say. Well, I'm glad I didn't meet him in civilian life. You know, I was a bill collector for 8 years. Hey, watch out. Hold his sleeve.
Hey, Joe!
Get away. He's got my sleeve.
Hey, cut it out, Joe! Cut it out, you beautiful dog! Hey, Joe! That's when I realized about Joe. He was as smart as I was. The only thing that worried me was that we weren't in a war against bill collectors. Well, the next day, I wished we was. We were on a 5-mile hike with our dogs that day, and we were on our way back to camp.
Hey, Potsy, what's the matter with Joe?
What do you mean, what's the matter with Joe?
Oh, look at him. He's way behind. He's limping bad.
Oh, nuts up. Hold up a minute, will you, Mac?
Yeah.
All right, Joe. Here, boy. Come here, boy. All right, boy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Let's see the paw.
Probably picked up a sharp pebble or a thorn.
I don't see anything. Here, Mac, you take a look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, nothing's there. Maybe he strained his leg, huh?
Really think so? Come on, Joe. Get on my back. Up. Come on.
You ain't gonna carry him in this heat, are you?
What do you want me to do? Let him limp 4 miles? Gee, he's heavy.
Hey, wait a minute, Potsy. Remember that time we were all supposed to swim the river with the dogs that cold day?
What of it?
I'm just reminding you what Joe did. Remember how he picked up the Major's helmet and put it in his rowboat, and the Major was so happy about it he rowed Joe across, and you had to swim in those ice cubes? Just reminding you, Potsy.
Yeah, but he's limping. The dog couldn't think of a thing like limping just to get a ride back to camp.
I don't know. It's a very hot day, Pots.
Well, if he's gold bricking this time... Well, he ain't, that's all. All right, hold on, Joe. And all I can tell you is this better be the McCoy. Let's go, Mac.
There's a water tower, Potts. We're practically home.
I'm dead, Mac. He's been gaining weight on my back. Hey, you want to get down, Joe? All right. Easy. That's the dog. Why, you...
Regard the animal, Private. Is he limping or is he running like a gazelle?
Joe! You dirty dog, you! Joe! Oh, if it wasn't that I'd lose my good conduct medal, I'd murder that dog right now. Why must he always be making such a jerk out of me?
Hey, Potsy, this plate's still dirty.
All right, give it to me. I'll put it in again. No.
What's the matter with you lately? You nervous?
I'm okay. It's just that dog of mine, that Joe. He's got me rocking. I ain't got over how he made a sucker out of me yesterday. On my back 5 miles in that hot sun. And no sooner does he get a smell of the camp than he runs off free and easy.
Well, he's just an executive type, Potsy. He's got you outwitted.
He's a bad dog. And still he fascinates me, that blue ribbon gold brick. I'm even sucker enough to miss him now that he's gone.
Gone? Where's he going now?
He ain't got the stuff for a combat dog. They're washing him out. Well, good riddance. Good riddance. That's what I thought. And I guess I meant it. But it just wasn't in the cards for Joe to go out of my life easy and simple. 2 days later, I find out Joe's training to be a messenger dog. And, who's teamed up with him? Do I have to tell you? And things went along for a few weeks, and then one day when I was on KP, in comes the sergeant.
Attention! When you finish cleaning up in here, start packing up. Be ready to ship out by morning. As you are.
Well, I guess we're off, Potsy. Snap out of it. What's the matter with you?
Mac, I'm just wondering what that gold brick collie is going to do when he sees Japs or Germans shooting at him.
What do you mean? What could he do?
Brother, it wouldn't surprise me if he crossed the lines and gave himself up. You mark my words, before he's through, that dog is going to make a jerk out of the whole United States Army.
I raise a nickel. How many more of these hot nights are we going to have on this ship?
Who knows? They never tell you. Sure hot.
Yeah, hot. You must be on the equator. Why are you always so discouraged, Potsy?
I don't know. I guess it's the dogs do it to me. People shouldn't let dogs get the best of them.
Listen, you're in the middle of the ocean. Any day now we'll be crashing the beach and you're worried about...
You don't know collies, Mac. I've bathed, clipped, and shampooed maybe 10,000 dogs, and the only one who's got a mind of his own is the collie. For hundreds of years, his ancestors have been herding sheep. They're dogs who always earned their living. A collie is a working man down through history. But look at Joe here. All his life, his people have been working for him, handing him his food on a platter, giving him everything nice and easy. If he wants to ride in a car, he rides in a car. If he wants to sleep, he sleeps. I don't know. The American dog is soft. And I'm just wondering what he's going to do when it starts getting tough.
Attention. Make ready to board your barges. Take disembarking positions on main deck. Snap into it now.
You are listening to the story of Canine Joe, featuring Everett Sloan on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. The story of Joe, a member of the K-9 Corps, is told by Private Potts, the dog's combat partner. As our play continues, Joe, a collie, has finished his initial training as a messenger dog, and he and Private Potts, played by Everett Sloan, are on the deck of a troop transport. The enemy beach a quarter of a mile away.
It was almost morning. Joe stood at my heels, sizing up the deck. A big mob of men was standing around in the open air. Joe kept noticing their shoes, naturally. Some of them kept tying their laces 3 and 4 times. And those shoes kept shifting and moving and never standing still. and there was a certain smell in the air. It wasn't water smell. It was land. But a funny kind of land Joe had never smelled before. I held onto his harness, and I could feel his skin trembling.
Board your barges. On the double now.
We climbed into the landing barges. Once I let go of his harness, and he practically made me grab on again. He never let me move a foot away. The barge lowered down, and in a minute we were on the water. All right now, Joe. Take it easy. Take it easy. He looked at me like something terrible was going to happen. His heart was knocking at my leg. I felt like I was going to choke looking at him. Down, Joe, down. Oh, look, if you screw me up this time, I'm going to fix your wagon. Easy now, easy. Down, Joe, down. Now he smelled a new thing suddenly. He looked all over the deck of the barge. It was getting stronger. Then he knew. Blood. A man was lying on the bottom of the boat, and they were wrapping up his shoulder. Ready, Joe. Come on. Ready. We're almost there.
Hit the beach and spread out.
Potts, stay with me. Potts, where are you?
Right here, sir. The water's pretty cold, sir.
Your dog under control?
He's all right so far, sir. Swims like a spaniel.
Hug the sand, Potts.
Down, Joe.
I'm sending Hennessy's squad around the right flank. Knock off snipers. We're going to break straight through here ahead. I don't want any Japs picking us off in that jungle.
Right, sir.
Report to Sergeant Hennessy. We may need your dog to carry back messages.
Yes, sir.
All right, men. Head into the jungle. Stay up front with me, Potts.
Okay, Sarge. Come on, Joe. Now, don't do anything crazy, will you, Joe? Don't go for no rabbits. Just mind your own business, will you, Joe? Please. Just keep quiet. We moved very slowly, 8 of us together. Now it was my life. I realized that all kinds of smells were slamming into his nose, all kinds. Spider smells, monkey smells, snake smells, all over the place. His mouth was watering. I wondered how long he would hold himself in. Once my leg brushed against him. He was shivering with the wonderful smells. It was torture for him and for me worrying about him. I kept hoping the wind would change and blow those smells away. Suddenly, he stopped. His head was up. I crouched on the ground. The whole squad stopped behind me. I could hear the men spreading out. Something was ahead of me, not 20 feet away. I couldn't see anything, but Joe was very nervous. He moved forward 2 inches and stopped. I caught up. An ant was biting at Joe's ear, but I couldn't move my hand off my rifle. I could hear all the rifles around me coming up to the men's shoulders.
Look, Potsy. He keeps pulling you back.
He's all screwed up, Sergeant.
Yeah, but he smells something. Look, he's pointing.
Yeah, but where? He's moving his nose all over the lot. All of a sudden, he wants to be a combat dog. Come on, he's a messenger. He don't know how to point at nothing but his meals. Let's go.
Yeah, but he's pointing, Potsy.
He's sniffing all around. He ain't pointing. He's probably resting, that's all. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Sarge, maybe we've run into a big concentration of Japs.
No, they only have snipers spread out around here. The main concentration is always farther back.
Look, Sarge, maybe he's waving his nose like that because there's not one Jap, but a lot of them. Don't go forward another foot.
Our orders are to clean out these snipers. There can't be a concentration as close as this.
We're in the middle of a Jap concentration, Sarge. We must be. I believe Joe. I believe him, Sarge. Don't go forward.
Forget it. We got orders. Come on, we're moving in.
We started moving ahead. Joe kept holding back. He was ready to run away. I held him. His nose was practically flapping. I really didn't know whether to believe him or the sergeant. Maybe he had some gold brick plan in his head again. He was pulling my arm, trying to go back. Hennessy, I told you. It's coming from both sides.
Yeah. Potsy, send that dog back with a message. Say we're ambushed. Need help.
Okay.
Keep down, fellas.
We ambushed. Need help. Okay. Let me slip this into its harness.
Come on, step on it.
There. All right, Joe, get going.
Will he go back with it?
Don't worry, he'll get it back. Hey, you better get down, Hennessy.
Oh, Potsy. Where'd it get you?
In the side.
Spread out. Take cover.
I have to leave you here for a little while, Potsy.
What's that dog coming back for?
Beat it, Joe. Stop licking me, you dope. Get going with that message, you crazy dog. Joe, for the last time, don't make a jerk out of me. Please, Joe. Get away. Go.
You'll be all right now, Potts.
Oh, I feel fine. Thanks, Doc.
Don't thank me. It's this collie of yours who brought you back.
No kidding.
Sure. Dragged you 400 yards through heavy fire. Then he went back to the beach and brought up reinforcements.
You did that for me, Joe? You never did learn to mind your own business, did you? Come here, boy. Come here. Why, you old gold brick. Where did you get the energy to pull me 400 yards?
And by the way, you're both going home.
Why is he gone?
He's got a limp, but we can't seem to find the trouble.
You can't? So you're limping, Joe. Well, I sure hope it's nothing serious. It wasn't. But whatever it was, he sure sold the vet on it. And when I got back to the States, I went to Joe's house to kind of see how he was making out. There he was on his front lawn, chewing on a briefcase. Bills and receipts were all over the grass. Right now, all I want to say before Joe curls up by my radiator, oh, yeah, they wished him on me. He kind of pined for me, so I took him off their hands. Just look at him there. Every time he hears his name, he starts sitting up like he was getting another citation. Anyways, Joe is a changed dog. He went out there in the South Pacific, well, ignorant. All he thought about up to then was chasing mailmen, biting bill collectors, and keeping up with his female acquaintanceships. He went out there growling and griping as though he couldn't get along without those three luxuries. But let me tell you, friends, when he saw how those Japs were knocking those native people around, he must have come to his senses and buckled down. Why, those Japs were treating those poor natives worse than dogs. Am I right, Joe? Speak up. Well, he never barks much anymore. He thinks too much. Very serious type of dog these days. But who am I to criticize a dog that's got a lease on my life?
Our thanks to Everett Sloan, who played Private Potts, and Brad Barker, who played the Collie Joe. Now, here's Ted Pearson speaking for the DuPont Company to tell you about an interesting medical development of the war.
One medical development of this war holds out promise not only for human beings, but for animals as well. Everyone knows when you cut your finger, the wound is more dangerous, more liable to get infected when your hands are dirty. But when a soldier's wounded, his skin and clothing are bound to be dirty. So doctors have developed a special mixture of sulfa drugs with urea to keep soldiers' wounds from becoming infected. The DuPont Company manufactures urea in peacetime for a number of uses. It goes into Uraman fertilizer, into coating compositions, and into plastics. It's used as a cattle feed. It's used to change ordinary wood into a new substance with many new advantages. Now, mixed with the sulfa drugs, urea cleans wounds. Just how it works, science doesn't yet know. Some doctors believe it dissolves dead tissue cells. However it works, when the sulfa-urea mixture is shaken into a dirty wound, the wound quickly becomes clean. And by increasing the solubility of the sulfa drugs, it makes them more effective where they otherwise don't work at all. You see also why this urea-sulfa mixture holds so much promise for animals as well as human beings when the war's over. Horses, cattle, sheep, and dogs, when they hurt themselves or suffer a wound, almost always create for the veterinarian the problem of dealing with a dirty wound. If urea can cleanse these wounds and at the same time heighten the effectiveness of the sulfa drugs, the lives of many, many animals will be saved. The technical staff of one large veterinary laboratory believes that the use of urea sulfa powder will largely do away with most other methods of wound treatment in veterinary practice. Veterinarians working in the field report that 16 out of 18 compound fractures treated with sulfa-urea powder healed without any further medication. Human beings owe quite a few improvements in surgery and medicine to animals. The modern traction splint used in setting broken arms and legs, for example, was first developed for animals by veterinary surgeons. Now, a wartime development in wound treatment, which has proved successful with human beings, will benefit animals as well. Synthetic urea is a product of modern industrial chemistry, one of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday evening, Cavalcade presents Yankee from Olympus, the radio adaptation of Catherine Drinker Bowen's #1 best-selling biography. Yankee from Olympus is the human story of the great American and brilliant jurist, Oliver Wendell Holmes. The story of a young man who came back from the Civil War to make the law his career. It's the chronicle of the growth of a great man who became a justice of the United States Supreme Court, a champion of the rights of all men, and an ardent advocate of the free expression of the democratic spirit. The Cavalcade Orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Donald Voorhees. This is Roland Winters sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Money invested in war bonds now helps ensure a healthy, prosperous post-war America. The kind of America you want for your children as well as yourselves. Since so many Americans are making more money today than ever before, isn't it plain good sense to put some of this money in war bonds where it will serve as a reserve to be used in the future? Dollars invested in war bonds now can help ensure a college education for your children in the years ahead. Those dollars can also mean a down payment on a new house or the realization of many another peacetime objective. Buy war bonds regularly to help your country and to help yourself. The Cavalcade of America came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We've now come to the high spot of the 15th Annual Dog Show, as the Kennel Club proudly announces the best of show. Yes. This year's Best of Show award is unprecedented. This year, the Best of Show goes to two dogs. Yes, I said two champion boxers. Mrs. Marilyn Lawrence's Angel and Spartan of Buddington. Will you come here to accept your awards, Mrs. Lawrence?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, fine, fine. Here you are, Mrs. Lawrence, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlton.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please. Quiet. Quiet. Before we bring our show to a close, I have several announcements about next year's show and the several sectional shows which will take place.
Oh, Mr. Mr. Ellington. How are you?
Defeated, of course, but aren't we all except you? Congratulations.
Why, thank you.
And now I'd like to make you an offer.
An offer?
Yes, I'd like to buy Angel and Spartan. How much?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellington, but Angel and Spartan aren't for sale.
I'll make you an interesting offer.
No. I'm sorry, Mr. Ellington. Angel and Spartan are not for sale as long as I live.
No. Well, that gives me encouragement, Mrs. Lawrence. Who knows how long any of us will live?
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Here are the details of that report coming in on the police teletype now, Inspector Faraday.
Thanks, Rollins. Let's have a look at it.
Ah, they got the dead woman's name now.
I'll read it. Let's see, it says, Add society matron slain in Riverview Mansion. The dead woman is Mrs. Marilyn Lawrence. Famous breeder of dogs. Wealthy widow. 2 boxer dogs. Angel and Spartan of Buddington tied for best of show at Kennel Club this afternoon. 2 champion dogs, only witnesses. Robbery, not motive. Death, instantaneous. Bullet, .38 caliber. E.N.D.
Yeah, that's the end, all right.
Yeah, the end of that report and the end of Mrs. Lawrence. But just the beginning for us. Come on, we got work to do.
Here, Angel. Here, girl. Come get your food. Here, Spartan. Come get yours, too. Now eat it, both of you. Every bit of it.
Good morning, Miss Lawrence.
Mr. Ellington.
May I come in?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not see anyone this morning. After what happened to Aunt Marilyn last night,
Yes, that was dreadful, but that's partly the reason I'm here.
Oh, please, Mr. Ellington. I'd rather not see anyone today. Inspector Faraday from the police was here last night for hours. I've had no sleep, please.
How distasteful it must be to have police in the same house with 2 champion dogs. You really don't mind if I come in and admire the animals, do you? Say, hold on.
Spartan, quiet. Quiet now. Quiet down.
Well, those dogs certainly don't like me. Hold them back.
Well, I'm doing my best. It isn't that they don't like you. They always bark their heads off when they see someone for the first time. But never after that, Angel. Spartan, down. Down.
I think
down,
they're being nasty because they know you hate them, Miss Lawrence.
Oh, get out of here, Mr. Ellington. I can't hold them any longer.
You think I'm afraid of mere animals?
Oh, get
off me!
They broke away from me.
Help!
Angel, down.
They're cutting my coat!
Spartan, down. Down,
something.
Angel.
They're
down.
killing me.
Down.
Put down their collars. Pull.
I'm doing my best.
Get them off before they kill me.
Oh, Angel, down. Away now. Go away. Away. There, that's better now. Now quiet down.
The stupid animals.
Are you badly hurt, Mr. Ellington?
No, but my clothes are in shreds. I wanted to get those animals once, but I don't anymore.
Well, that's not strange, Mr. Ellington, considering the fact that it's quite apparent they wanted to get you.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Come on in.
Thanks, Mary. Well, all set for dinner?
No, not quite. We'll have to wait a few minutes. I have company.
Company? I don't see anyone here.
Come look in the kitchen.
What is this, a joke?
No, it's 2 of them. Only I don't think you'll call them jokes. Come and look. Well, come on.
Mary, if this is a gag, Holy mackerel, what is this, a kennel?
Just temporarily. This is Angel, and this is Spartan. They won best of show at the Kennel Club yesterday.
Well, what are they going to do today? Use me for a bone?
No, they don't mean you any harm. You're just new to them. That's why they're barking.
Well, I think I'll stay new to them and also away. Come on.
All right.
Where did you get those undersized oxen, Mary?
I found them.
Found them? How could you miss them?
Well, I did find them. They ran away from the Lawrence estate, and Linda Lawrence is coming for them any minute now.
Linda Lawrence? Isn't she the niece of Marilyn Lawrence who was murdered last night?
Yeah, she is. I called her when I found the dogs. According to their tags, Marilyn Lawrence owned them. Oh, this must be she now. Will you excuse me?
Mary, do I look all right?
She is here to see the dogs.
Ouch.
Miss Wesley? Oh, yes, of course. And you're Miss Lawrence, aren't you? Won't you come in?
Thank you. This is my sister, Beatrice.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? The dogs are all right, I trust, Miss Wesley.
They certainly are quite all right.
Oh, I hope they didn't frighten you when you found them. You see, they bark terribly whenever they see someone for the first time. But they're not vicious.
Linda, let's get the dogs and get out of here.
Beatrice, please, Miss Wesley was kind enough to pick up the dogs when they ran away.
Oh, really, Linda?
You'll forgive Beatrice, Miss Wesley.
She's perfectly all right. I'm sure that your sister has been terribly upset about the dogs.
Upset? Those stupid animals are nothing but a nuisance.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. We thought you were alone.
No, I'm the one who's alone.
All right, all right.
This is Linda and Beatrice Lawrence and Mr. Boston Blackie.
How do you do?
How do you do?
The Boston Blackie?
Well, there aren't two of us. You see, the law allows only one of us at a time.
Linda, I insist that we get those fool dogs and leave for home at once.
Just a minute, Beatrice. It isn't often that anyone gets to meet Boston Blackie. And now with what happened to Aunt Marilyn...
Linda, will you do as I say?
In a minute, Beatrice.
Miss Lawrence, are you suggesting that Blackie solve your aunt's murder?
Well, I'd like to ask him to try.
We came to collect the dogs, not hire a detective.
I'm not a detective, Miss Lawrence.
Splendid. You certainly can be of no help to us. Now, Miss Wesley, if you'll just give us the dogs...
Just a minute, Beatrice. I know you're not a detective, Blackie, but you've helped the police so many times. Couldn't you help them this time,
Linda,
too?
for the last time.
What's the matter, Miss Lawrence? Are you afraid of an investigation?
That doesn't end into it.
But it might if I enter into the case. Is that it?
Linda, if we don't leave this instant, I'm leaving without you.
All right, Beatrice, we'll go.
Linda, you don't mind if I call you Linda, I hope.
Of course not.
And you won't mind if I call at your home tonight, I'm sure?
Oh, and you'll try and find out who killed my aunt.
Yes, and maybe I can make the murderer say uncle.
Good girl, Angel. Good girl. Now lie quietly, Spartan. I know you miss Aunt Marilyn. So do I.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello, Beatrice. Did you have a nice nap?
No, I didn't even close my eyes. Oh, must these stupid animals always clutter up the library?
Well, Aunt Marilyn always allowed them in here. I don't see why
You don't see why. You don't see why you had no right to ask Boston Blackie here tonight either, do you?
Well, I see why I should. He might help.
He might help. Do you know what he'll do?
What?
He'll turn this house inside out. He'll open up our lives, make everything about us common knowledge. Why, we'll be talked about in every street corner, Linda, in every home. You're a fool, Linda, a stupid, naive fool. Oh, fine. All right, go ahead and cry. You got us into this mess, and now all you can do is cry about it. So cry. But go and cry somewhere else. From now on, things are going to be different around here, Linda. I'm going to run things. Linda, would you mind leaving?
No, of course not, Beatrice. What have I done? What's wrong?
Oh, shut up and leave me alone, will you? I've got a personal call to make.
All right.
I'll handle things around here from now on. And when I say from now on, I mean from right now on. Yes, I'll tend to things. I'll tend to everything.
Hello?
Mr. Preston?
Yes?
This is Beatrice Lawrence.
Oh, yes, Beatrice. How are you?
Never mind the pleasantries. Listen to me. I want Aunt Marilyn's will settled right away.
Well, I'm attending to that as fast
You'll
as
attend to it this afternoon. You'll be out here with it tonight. Your bank doesn't keep open nights, does it?
But, Beatrice,
You heard what I said. You'll be here ready to read that will tonight.
I'll do my best.
You'll do better than that. You'll be here. This house is about to be overrun with detectives and policemen and investigations. I want it stopped.
Oh, now, Beatrice, there's nothing I can do about that.
Well, you just think of something, then. My sister invited Boston Blackie here tonight. The police are coming here again. I want them out of here, do you understand? I want them out of here, and I want them kept out.
Come in.
Good evening, Miss Lawrence. Hey, don't let those dogs get me. Don't they know I'm a policeman?
Maybe they don't believe it any more than I do. Hi, Faraday.
Blackie, so you're here, too. What are those dogs barking at me for?
Just because you're you, Faraday.
Quiet, Angel, quiet. Be still, Spartan. Good boy.
Good night. Where did they come from?
They live here.
Live here?
Oh, that's right. You didn't see them when you were here last night, did you, Inspector Faraday? They were outside.
That's a good place for them. And a good place for you, too, Blackie.
With you inside, outside is a good place to be, and you'd better stay inside, Faraday. Miss Lawrence knows a lot about animals. Maybe she could teach you to think.
Well, I wish somebody could teach me how to get rid of you.
Well, what would you do for a head if you got rid of me?
You'll find out you've got a head, Blackie, because in a few minutes you're going to land on it,
Gentlemen, please. You probably disturbed my sister Beatrice. She's upstairs trying to sleep.
Sorry, Linda.
Sorry.
Blackie, you were asking me some questions before the inspector came in. Had you finished?
I had
wait just a minute. I'll ask the questions around here.
I have only one more, Faraday. Linda, has anyone special come to see you since your aunt's death?
What do you mean by special?
Well, someone who's, never been here before.
Well, there's Henry Ellington. He wanted to buy the 2 dogs.
Hey, what are those dogs barking at now?
Quiet, Angel. Spartan, nice boy. Now, quiet.
It seems to me that they were barking at the name Ellington.
Shh, quiet, both of you. I'm ashamed of you, both of you. Quiet.
Hey, I have a hunch. When your Aunt Marilyn's body was found, the dogs were with her. I think the dogs were with her when she was killed, too.
They were, Blackie. They were always with her.
So what?
So they saw a killer. And maybe they're trying to, sort of tell us something with all this barking. Maybe Ellington. Look, I said that name again, and the dog's trying to talk. I mean, talk.
Angel, Spartan, quiet. You keep quiet now.
I don't know what you think about this, Faraday. But unless those dogs are barking up the wrong tree, they've got Mr. Ellington out of a limb.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Wealthy Marilyn Lawrence, owner of Angel and Spartan, champion boxers, is murdered. But there's no motive for her murder, or clue to who killed her. Her 2 dogs were with her when she was killed, and seemed to have a particular dislike for Henry Ellington, who wanted to buy them from Mrs. Lawrence. As we return to our story, Blackie walks into Mr. Ellington's kennel yard.
All right now, you. Jump that fence, blast you.
Hey, what are you doing there, Ellington?
Who are you?
I'm Boston Blackie. Do you mind?
I object to your sneaking into my kennel yard like this.
I didn't sneak in. I walked in. Like this. What are you doing?
Something you probably wouldn't understand. Trying to make this idiotic whippet jump that fence. Now jump, you stupid fool. Jump!
Maybe you'd feel more like jumping if you didn't hit him with that whip.
Maybe you'd like to mind your own business.
Maybe. But I find out more minding other people's.
I think you'd better leave.
Not until I found out what I want to know about Marilyn Lawrence's death. Her dogs were with her when she was killed.
Yes, I imagine they were. She had them with her all the time.
Yes. So you agree they undoubtedly saw her killer.
I imagine. Now, what's that to me?
Ellington, those dogs seem to dislike you intensely.
How interesting.
It's very interesting. Every time they hear your name, they bark their heads off. I think they're trying to tell me something about you.
Too bad they can't talk, eh? Will you leave? I'm busy. Now, you stupid animal, I want to see you jump.
Just a minute. You'll never get anywhere with a dog if you do that.
Whipping is the only way to get sense into some heads. Will you please leave?
Not until I've found out what I want to know.
Maybe you want a taste of this whip, too.
You shouldn't have done that, Ellington. I don't like whips that close to my face.
Oh, let go my arm. Oh.
As soon as you let go of that whip, give it to me.
All right. You can have it.
Good. You like to crack a whip, do you, Ellington? Well, let's see how you like it when I crack this case. Excuse me, miss, but where will I find Mr. Preston's office?
Which Mr. Preston, sir? There are 2 Mr. Prestons in this bank.
I want
there is the
Harold Preston.
Mr. Harold Preston is the 3rd door to the left at the rear of the bank, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Come in.
Mr. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. Preston, I'm Boston Blackie. I'm doing a little investigating into the murder of Mrs. Marilyn Lawrence.
Oh, I see. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, there were apparently no witnesses to Mrs. Lawrence's death, but Angel and Spartan, her 2 boxer dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, dogs can't talk, even if they are champions. I thought maybe you could give me some of the information, no?
Well, yes, of course.
Linda
I
Lawrence
was...
told me that you were Mrs. Lawrence's advisor. Is that right?
Oh, yes. And now I'm the estate's advisor. But how can that be of any help to you?
Well, as Mrs. Lawrence's advisor, you knew a lot about her affairs and about her two nieces, I imagine.
Well, yes.
When you went to a home on business, was there ever anyone else there?
Well, that I'm afraid I wouldn't know. I've never been there. Mrs. Lawrence preferred to discuss her business affairs here in my office.
Oh, that's reasonable. Tell me just one more thing. Did Mrs. Lawrence leave a lot of money?
$1 million.
And which of the nieces inherits, Linda or Beatrice?
Well, both receive an equal share.
$500,000 apiece. Not bad for a couple of young men.
Well, they really don't receive it in cash, if you must know. It's really left for me to invest for them.
Oh. And what do you get out of this? Friendship?
No. A 10% fee. And it's all in Mrs. Lawrence's will if you're beginning to get any ideas about me.
You look like a man who gets ideas of his own, Mr. Preston. Even 10% of $1 million is a lot of money.
And I don't think I have to allow you to insult me in my own office, Blackie. Perhaps you'd better leave.
After you've told me a little bit more about yourself.
I think you'd better leave.
Oh, but we're just having such a nice chat here. It seems... Hey, that's an alarm bell. Is your bank being robbed?
No. I started that bell by pressing a button under my desk.
Oh. A man with a gun in his hand. Two men with two guns.
Please forgive me, Blackie. There's nothing personal in this, but this is a bank. An action such as this is just precautionary.
Never mind the plug for your bank, Mr. Preston. I opened an account elsewhere a long time ago. But before long, maybe I'll settle one with you.
Nice dogs. Should be a whole lot nicer if you could talk. Come in.
Inspector Faraday, do you know where Blackie is?
Oh, hello, Miss Wesley. Where's Blackie? I don't know, but my office isn't a missing persons bureau.
Inspector, he's been gone ever since... Oh, the nice dogs. What are they doing here?
Same old thing, Miss Wesley. Barking their jaws off every time I say Ellington.
Why do they do that?
Who knows? Now, Blackie may be right. They're trying to say something. They saw Mrs. Lawrence's killing, and they're trying to tell me what it is. Oh, how I wish they could talk.
Yes, but they can't, and I can't find Blackie.
Don't worry. He'll show up before long. In fact, I think I know where he is. Out at the Lawrence mansion. He's trying to find out if... Excuse me.
Oh, of course.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie.
Blackie, where are you? Miss Wesley's here, worried sick about you.
Oh, Inspector, if that is Blackie, please let me talk to him.
Just a minute. Where have you been, Blackie?
Just checking on something.
What? Oh, Ellington?
Yes, I've seen him. And somebody ought to grind him into dog feed, except I don't think the dogs would have any part of him. Look, I've found out a few very important things.
What?
Linda and Beatrice Lawrence inherited $1 million from their Aunt Marilyn.
You think they killed her? I thought, Ellington was our man. That's why the dogs hate him.
Oh, never mind that now. You and Mary meet me at the Lawrence mansion as soon as you can, and I'll tell you all about it.
Okay, that won't take long. But why can't you tell me all about it down here?
Because it'll be easier up here.
Where's up here?
At the Lawrence mansion. Ellington is going to be here, and Preston from the bank is going to read Mrs. Lawrence's will. But I want you and Mary to get here before they do.
Okay, Miss Wesley and I will be out right away. And I'll bring Angel and Spartan, too. For a change, the dogs are going to you.
Faraday, what did you do to those dogs when you had them in your office?
Nothing but look at them, Blackie, and wish I could understand bark language.
Well, everybody's here but Preston, Mary, Linda, Faraday, and you, Ellington. For the time being, I'm going to have to give you a new name.
I'll keep the one I have, thanks.
Yeah, Blackie, everybody's here but Preston and, what's her name? Beatrice. Where is your sister, Miss Lawrence?
Well, Beatrice is in bed asleep. She hasn't felt very well since Aunt Marilyn's death.
Well, you know, we want her down here, too.
We'll wait till Preston gets here before we ask Beatrice to come down, Faraday.
Oh, that's probably Mr. Preston now.
Good.
Come in.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Preston. Do you know everyone here?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I'll introduce you around.
Oh, Blackie, I know. Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Preston.
Well, the rest are Miss Wesley.
Wesley, how are you? Very happy
and,
to know.
this is Inspector Faraday.
Oh, yes, I know you too.
And this is Mr. Mr. Ellington.
Good heavens, what are the dogs barking about all of a sudden?
Yes, they seem to bark every time they hear my name.
That's odd.
I'll tell you something stranger than that, Mr. Preston.
Oh, yes?
You told me in your office you'd never been in this house.
Yes, that's right.
Did you hear that, Faraday?
Yeah?
Well, did you fail to hear something a minute ago?
Hey, that's right. The dogs didn't bark.
Right, and get this, Faraday. By his own admission, Preston here says this is the first time he's been in this house.
Oh, and that has some meaning? I don't understand.
I understand, Preston. It has a lot of meaning. It means you killed Mrs. Lawrence.
Down, Angel. Down, Spartan. Quiet.
What makes you think
Quiet,
Preston killed her?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, those dogs know what I'm talking about. If Linda can't stop them, pretty soon they'll break their chains. They hold them, Linda.
I'm doing my best.
Don't let them get loose. They can chew a man to pieces.
Stop it, Angel. Down. Down, Spartan. Get down. Oh, there's no stopping them. Help someone.
Mary, get out of here.
Quiet.
You're going to break loose.
No, don't let them get me. Don't.
Please. I can't keep them from jumping.
No, stop them. I'll tell.
Spartan.
Keep those dogs away from me.
Down. Get down, will you?
I killed her. I admit it.
Down.
Keep those dogs away.
There you are, Faraday. There's your confession. Now let's get him to headquarters before those dogs tear him to pieces. Mary, did you read in the paper this morning where Preston made a full confession to Faraday?
Yes, Blackie, but I didn't get to finish it. Just why did he kill her?
Well, he needed that 10% he'd get for investing the $1 million inheritance. He was almost $90,000 short with his bank.
Ooh. That's a lot of money, too. That's what you were checking all those hours that I thought you disappeared.
Uh-huh. And believe me, it was some job.
I'll bet it was, darling. But just think, Blackie. If Mr. Preston had admitted that he'd been in Mrs. Lawrence's house before, you could never have proved that he killed her.
I know that, Mary. But he had to say that he'd never been there before.
Because why?
Well, if he'd said he had been at the Lawrence home before, he'd have become, well, we'd have become suspicious because Linda, Beatrice, would have made a liar out of him.
And instead, the dogs made a liar out of him, didn't they? You know, apparently they just barked at the name Ellington because they knew that Ellington hated dogs.
That's probably right. Well, those two boxers certainly gave Preston a knockout punch. You know, while we were working on this case, we thought those dogs were trying to say something by barking. But when Preston walked into that room, they called him a killer without opening their mouths.
The challenge of the Yukon.
On King! On your husky!
Dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo League dogs, blazed the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the new Northwest country, where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. When Fritz Schultz walked into the Gold Nugget Bar in Dawson City, he was greeted by loud guffaws from the men at the bar. The cause of their whoops and hollers trailed calmly in Big Fritz's wake. A dog about twice as long as he was high, Fritz's Dachshund. He lay down beside his master's chair, his long pointed nose resting on the tiny legs stretched in front of him.
Hey, there's that funny-looking dog again. What's he got on him, a sweater? Yeah. That thing ain't really alive, is it? Hey, I'm going to quit drinking. I'm seeing Still got that funny-looking dog, Fritz. Thought for this time a husky would take him for a sausage and swallowed him. Yeah, laugh if you like. Schnitzel is the best friend I ever had. You don't know him, that's why you laugh. What's that you got on him? Did you knit him a sweater? No, he ain't got long hair like these dogs from the north.
And he just fits into my wool stocking, with holes for his feet to come out.
I'll bet you Santa Claus left him in that stocking. Nobody'd ever buy a thing like that.
Yeah, go on, laugh. But nothing you can say will change what I know. That Schnitzel is my best friend. Ain't you, boy?
Hey, he's a schnapps, Fritz.
Sergeant Preston. Right there, Sergeant.
Sergeant, we want you to see something funny. Come here.
Yes?
Hey, this is Fritz Schultz. Fritz, this is Sergeant Preston, Northwest Mounted.
Hello.
How do you do, Fritz?
Come on, Fritz. Show the sergeant that thing you call a dog. Make it stand up.
Your dog is so big, will he?
King won't hurt him.
Well, yeah, maybe, Sergeant, you laugh too at my Schnitzel. But he's a very good Dachshund. Come, boy.
Oh, why, yes. He's a very nice dog, Fritz. Hello, Schnitzel.
You don't laugh like the rest?
Of course not. Dachshunds are very intelligent little dogs. He does look rather funny in that sweater, but it's practical in this weather.
Well, thank you, Sergeant, for not laughing. You're the first one who don't laugh at him.
Have you been in Dawson very long?
No, just a few weeks. I've not made friends. They all laugh so at my dog.
Oh.
That makes me mad, and then I can't talk.
Well, you mustn't mind a little joking. They'll do it all the more if they see that it bothers you. Have you a claim near here?
Oh, yeah. And I've been lucky. Now, wait, I show you what I took out today. Look.
Well, look at the size of those nuggets. You stuck it, Rich.
Hey, will you look at this? When did you hit it, Fritz?
A week ago.
Well, will you look at that? Hey, fellas, Fritz has got something.
Maybe now you won't laugh, huh?
You better put those away, Fritz.
I'll say you better. Ain't you heard about all the robberies around here lately?
No, I ain't heard nothing.
Well, he's right, Fritz. There have been 3 robberies in the last month. That's why I had to cut my trip north and come back here.
They got me 2 weeks ago. Took 2 bags of nuggets. Have you found out anything yet, Sergeant?
No, Frank, I haven't. See, there's not much to work on. You didn't see their faces, and we have no clues.
Oh, I'm not afraid. I'm a good shot, and Schnitzel tells me when to get my gun ready. Well, I guess maybe it's better I get some sleep.
I'll walk along with you, Fritz. Come on, King.
Yeah, now, come, Schnitzel. Yeah, I carry you. He can't walk so fast like your dog, Sergeant.
Good night, boys.
Good night.
Hey, Pete, I want to talk to you.
Yeah?
Come on, here in the back room.
What's wrong, Frank?
Did you see the nuggets Fritz Schultz was carrying?
Yeah. He said it was 1 day's take.
Yeah. You know where his claim is?
Yeah, somewhere near Bear Creek. I passed him twice near the bend of the river, going that way.
If we could catch him coming home and have a boat waiting.
Yeah, but Sergeant Preston's in town. We can't take a chance.
I was the first one to report being robbed, wasn't I? He won't suspect us.
I'm afraid of that dog of his. He's so good at trailing.
He can't trail a boat. Now, if we handle this the way we did the last one, hit Fritz over the head, get the gold, and jump in a boat, we're safe.
Fritz Schultz chuckled happily as he added a handful of gold nuggets to his sack, almost filling it. Schnitzel sat on the bank of the creek, looking at his master solemnly.
Yeah, gold, Schnitzel, huh? For you and me. No more will we have to worry about our old age. Soon we go home to Milwaukee. Get us a little house, then we sit back and be happy, yeah? Yeah, come now, boy. We go home to our supper. Now, get behind me now, Schnitzel. Sometimes you go so slow, I might step on you. Today we take out more gold than any other time. You know, maybe we should stop and have a little celebration, huh? It's too bad, Schnitzel. You can't take a little drink now and then to warm up your cold inside. Now, what's the matter with you, Schnitzel? Why are you acting so...
I got him, Pete. Oh! Get away from me, you mutt!
Hey, Frank, kill that dog.
I'm trying to! Come back here, you devil!
Did you get him?
No. He's gone. He's a little...
Well, where'd he go? You should have killed him.
He's around here somewhere. Tore my boot.
Hey, look, Frank. Here's a foxhole. Think he went down there?
That's just what he did. See those tracks? Come out of there, you.
You can't get him out of there without digging.
We can't waste any time. Get that gold and we'll head for the boat.
Schnitzel crept out of the foxhole where he'd run for shelter from the cruel club of Frank. He whined as he licked the face of his unconscious master, then barked frantically. Old Fritz didn't stir. Finally, the little dog with one of his short front legs held up before him limped painfully toward town.
Hey, get away from me, you silly-looking hound. Go home. Quit following me. Get.
Get out of this bar. Who let this four-legged Frankfurter in here? Get out, I say.
You think me, Andre, want funny-looking dog like you? Go away. Stop following me. I hit you with this stick. Hello, Andre. Hello, Sergeant Preston. This funny-looking animal, he keep following me and barking all the time. I cannot make him go away.
Why, that's Schnitzel. What's the matter, fella? Quiet, King. One's enough.
That's the way he act with me. He follow me. When I turn round, he'll run down the street another way.
He belongs to Fritz Schulz. Where's Fritz, boy?
Oh, he acts so funny.
Maybe something's wrong with Fritz. Oh, you think so, too, don't you, King? Let's follow him, Andre, and see what's wrong.
This is a long way for such a little dog to go.
Yes, I wish I could carry him, but he has to lead us. King's so far ahead. Ah, that's King. He's found something.
There he is. And there is man lying there.
Looks like Fritz, all right. That is Fritz. Been hit over the head. Fritz, what happened?
Him. Somebody hit me. My gold.
Yeah, it's a nasty crack on the head.
We're not very far from my cabin. We could take him there.
Good idea, Andre. Here, tie this around his head. We'll have a look around. Here, King. Well, there you are, Fritz. Your head's bandaged. Now, you'd better lie down for a while.
Danke schön, Sergeant. Now maybe you could look at Schnitzel's leg, huh? Those lowlifes hurt him.
All right, Schnitzel. You're the next patient.
Yeah, I'll keep him here on my lap. It's better.
That funny sweater. It hide his shoulder.
Well, they must have kicked him in the shoulder. Yes, Fritz, we better take that stocking or whatever it is off him.
Yeah. Come, Schnitzel. I'll take off your coat.
Easy, boy.
No. Yeah, we're lucky those cooks didn't kill you.
His tracks led down a foxhole. Guess that's how he got away.
Schnitzel is nobody's fool. He knows to retreat is sometimes better than to go... Hey, what isn't this here?
What?
Something fell out from his coat when I took it off.
Well, let's see that.
It is torn from muckluck, no?
It looks like it.
What is this? A muckluck?
Oh, a muckluck's a boot made out of hide with a fur inside. Schnitzel must have torn this off the boot of the man who hit you, Fritz.
But how did it get in his sweater?
Well, it probably caught in the sweater when he went down that foxhole. He had to scrape along on his stomach.
By God, he give us clue.
Yes, Andre. This should make it easier to find them. There's no way of trailing them. They had a boat waiting.
Schnitzel. Sure, little dog, yeah. But maybe pretty soon we'll be doing the laughing.
Fritz and Preston sat at a table in the Gold Nugget bar. Schnitzel and King lay quietly beside their master's chair.
Sergeant, for 3 nights we seen nothing suspicious. Maybe that robber won't wear that boot.
Well, have patience, Fritz. I think both Schnitzel and King will know him, whether he wears that boot or not. They know his son.
Hello, Frank. Pete, wait.
Hello, boys. Schnitzel, quiet.
Let him go, Fritz.
Get away from me, you dirty fur. I'll show you.
Drop that gun. Get him, King.
Oh, my hand. Get away, you. Help. Help. Take him away.
All right, King. Back, boy.
Schnitzel, come here. Come back here.
You should know better than to pull a gun in a place like this, Frank.
Think I'm going to let that cur chew my leg? What did he try to bite me for?
He seems to have something against you. Perhaps you kicked him or something.
I ain't been there. Been out of town for almost a week.
Come on, Frank. Let's get out of here.
Not so fast, Pete. Frank, did you tear your boot while you were out of town?
Yeah. What's that got to do
This
with...
piece of hide I have here in my pocket, I think we'll find it just fits that hole in your muckluck. Maybe you'd like to have it to patch it up.
Come on, Frank. I'm
Stop,
going.
Pete. Watch him, King. Maybe you can explain, Frank. This piece was freshly torn from your boot 3 days ago while you were out of town.
Why, it couldn't...
You're under arrest, Frank, for the robbery of Fritz Schultz. I'm holding both you and Pete until we search your cabin.
Why, you...
Quiet! Now march out of here, both of you. Watch him, King.
A week later, old Fritz Schultz was having his evening drink. Sergeant Preston smiled as he joined the friendly group around the old man, as Fritz ordered drinks for the house.
For everybody, Barney. Drinks for the house.
Hey, did you say they use dogs like Schnitzel for badger hunting?
Yeah, sure. They're the best badger hunters in the world. But this time, Schnitzel catch 2 skunks.
That's right. He caught Frank and Pete.
Did you get back all your gold, Fritz?
Yeah. Thanks to Sergeant Preston and King. Ah, that King. He saved my Schnitzel's life when that loafer tried to shoot him. Jumped right at that gun.
Well, here's the drinks.
Boys, I'd like to propose a toast to Schnitzel, a smart little dog with a lot of courage.
And also the King. A big dog, but even more.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at this same time and reach you from our transcription studios. Hugh Holder speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
It's time for Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Sundays through Thursdays, NBC brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. Before we get into our story, let's eavesdrop on a little conversation between Fibber and Molly.
Molly, how much do you suppose a college education is worth to a young man nowadays?
I wouldn't know, McGee, but I expect a lot.
Well, I'll tell you how much it's worth. It's worth the difference between what he can earn with it and what he can earn without it.
Well, that certainly clears it up, dearie. Why don't you come right to the point and say that Prudential's education plan is a wonderful way for every mother and father to guarantee money for their children's education? Isn't that what you were getting at?
Yep.
And what better way to prepare for those college years than to start right now? Isn't that what you had in mind?
Yep.
And even if Dad isn't here when the time comes for the children to go off to school, you can be sure with a Prudential education plan that the money will be there to pay tuition, room and board, books, clothing, and all that. Isn't that what you were going to say?
Yep.
Well, you sure were getting off to a slow start.
Yep.
And all else aside, folks, I don't know of a better idea than to begin right now, little by little, building a Prudential insurance program for your children's education that will do the very things we've been talking about. Why don't you get in touch with your Prudential agent and get all the details?
Yep.
It's a late Sunday afternoon at 79 Wistful Vista. Almost dinner time. And the master of the house is hungrily pacing the floor. The back door opens and...
Crusher boy!
Oh, hi, old-timer. I had a feeling that was you the minute all the pictures fell off the wall. Did you bring the stuff?
Yep. Paid it pretty fast, too, considering the market ain't open today.
Oh, my gosh, that's right. It's Sunday. Gee, I never would have asked you if I'd have
That's okay. Picked up the stuff you wanted at Kramer's.
Oh, thanks, old-timer. I appreciate this. I'm as hungry as a bear.
Here you are. 2 cans of dog food and 1 large box of canine kibble.
Thanks. Hey, Molly, the food's here. Get a pan out and let's get started, huh?
Oh, good. Hello, Mr. Oldtimer. Did you set the table, dearie?
Yeah. Here's a can opener. You need anything else?
No, that's about it.
Good. Boy, I'm hungry. Well, let's get this over with.
Now, don't get impatient. This won't take long.
Yeah, I know, but...
Mort and Mabel Toops have done a lot of favors for us, and the least we can do is go over and feed their dog while they're away. We'll eat when we come back. I've got a nice roast in the oven.
I knew if I just kept my mouth shut long enough, this thing would work itself out.
I beg your pardon?
Well, all that dog food there and Johnny hungry and the table all set.
No, I'm not that hungry. That stuff's for Toops' dog.
Yeah.
They went to visit Mort's folks, and they won't be back till tomorrow morning, so we're feeding Fido for him.
No. Well, when you see that monster of theirs, kids, give him my regards. He's already got 2 pairs of my pants.
No kidding. I never saw the dog. Is he vicious?
Vicious? Why, Johnny, I could show you bite marks at... oh, no, not with daughter here. Well, I better trot along, I guess. Got a date tonight with Bessie.
Oh, you and Bessie stepping out?
Oh, we sure are, daughter. Painting the town. That's what I got this $20 bill with me for. See here? Look at that.
20 smackers. Wow, you must be planning a big evening.
Yep. Got the itinerary and wrote down this order blank here.
Oh?
I'll read it to you. First, we're going to a nice place for dinner. That's $5. Then to the picture show, widescreen, panorama scope and color with 3D added, 80 cents.
80 cents?
I sneak in the back.
Oh.
Now, from there, we catch a bus, 40 cents, out to Dugan's Lake Pavilion for dancing, $2.50, and then taxi fare back home for some smooching in the parlor. Makes a grand total $12.40, including tax and $1 for her kid brother, so he'll go to bed.
Her kid brother?
He's 62, but he still likes to sit and watch.
Boy, that's going to knock quite a hole in your $20 bill.
Won't hurt it a bit, Johnny. Bessie pays all the expenses.
But you just showed us a 20 and said you're taking it to...
That's the way it works, son. Everywhere we go, I pull out this bill, and I says, you got any change, baby? All I got is this $20 bill.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Works every time. Been doing it for months.
You mean you keep working that stale old gag and Bessie hasn't caught on yet?
Well, now, maybe she has and maybe she hasn't. But the way I got it figured, there's one big reason why Bessie keeps falling for that old chestnut.
What's that?
Because she fell for this old chestnut first. So long, kids, and good luck with the dog.
So long. Look, Molly, as long as the roast is ready and the table's all set, let's eat first before we go over to Toops's. I'm starving.
Oh, now, you're not afraid of that dog, are you?
Me? Ha! Of course not. But I'm dying. Gee whiz. That roast smells so good and gee whiz. I know that dog is probably hungry, but I'm hungrier, and I don't see why...
All right, McGee, relax. We'll eat. It'd probably be dangerous to go over there right now anyhow.
Why, what you mean? You think that dog's have to take my leg off?
No, but with you as hungry as you are, I'm afraid you two'd get in a fight over the dog biscuits, and I'd hate for Toops's dog to get hurt.
Oh, you're joshing me.
Get the carving knife, and I'll put the roast on the table.
There's more fun with the McGees shortly.
When your body is hot and tired, there's nothing quite like a shower. When your eyes are hot and tired from overlong hours of work or exposure to sun, wind, and dust, there's nothing quite like a 2-drop bath of Murine in each eye. But that's exactly what Murine is made for, to bring quick relief to tired eyes. It contains not 1 or 2, but 7 tested ingredients. And these 7 ingredients are scientifically selected and combined to blend perfectly with the natural fluids of the eyes. That's why Murine bathes and soothes the delicate tissues of the eyes as gently as a tear. Give those precious eyes the joy of a Murine bath every day. It helps promote a clean, healthful condition. You can enjoy Murine as often as you wish. You'll find it such a pleasant, comforting thing to do. That's Murine. Murine for your eyes. Murine makes your eyes feel good.
Here's the house.
Get the key. It's under the doormat there.
Well, look who's out for a Sunday night stroll.
Ah.
Hi, Molly. Who's your friend?
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Well, look who's here. Jolly, jovial old George Gamble, M.B.
That's M.D., McGee.
It is? Is that what them initials on your bag say, George? M.D.?
Well, certainly. M.D., Doctor of Medicine. What else?
Well, I'll be darned. In all these years, I've always thought it was M.B., Master Butcher.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. They tell me at the drugstore that you studied with Swift & Company. Did your postgraduate work at Armour's and interned at the packing house.
McGee.
My goodness, how could they make a mistake like that?
Oh, we all make mistakes, my boy. That's why you are here.
Let's go, Molly. Let's get on in here.
We promised to feed Toops' dog while they're away, Doctor. I've got the dog food here.
Hey, from the sound of that, I think he's ready to be fed.
Yeah, get the key and unlock the door, McGee.
Gee, I don't know. He sure don't sound friendly. Maybe we ought to...
He's just hungry, that's all. Open a can of dog food, unlock the door, and hand it to him. After that, he'll be your friend for life.
You think so, Doc? You sure he won't bite me the minute I open the door?
When he smells the food, he'll be as gentle as a lamb. I'll give you a guarantee on it.
Yeah?
If I'm mistaken about that dog, I'll sew your leg up free.
Well, that's right. Well, huh?
So long, Molly.
Goodbye, Doctor. Open the dog food while I open the door. Let's get this over with.
Boy, look at that guy eat, will you? Doc was right. As soon as the dog saw that food, he was as friendly as a loan shark with a new customer.
Well, he's just about finished.
I hope so.
Get the leash off the living room table and we'll walk him around the block, okay?
Okay. Probably take us both to hold him. I hope he don't run across any cats. Hey, look at him. Here he comes. Look what he's doing, will you? Sitting down right in front of the door.
Isn't that cute? I guess he knows he's going out.
Well, I'll just hook the leash on him and...
No! He's not going to get nasty again, is he?
Well, you don't have to go walking on my account. Let him sit there. Come on, let's go home.
For goodness sakes, he doesn't want us to leave. Come on, doggy, move out of the way. We've got to go.
He keeps blocking my way. Get out of the way, you big bully. Doggone it, we fed you. Now, come on, we're tired. We want to get out of here and go home to bed. Please step aside.
Heavenly days, if this isn't the silliest... Well, come on, let's go out the back door. Let him sit there, the silly dog. Whoops!
He must have heard you. Well, he's got us blocked again.
Maybe if we make a run for the front door while he's blocking the kitchen.
Oh, this is ridiculous. No matter which way. Hey, you got Mabel's phone number? Where she's visiting? The one she gave us for an emergency?
Yes, it's right here in my purse.
Well, dig it out and get her on the phone. If this ain't an emergency, I never saw one. All the stupid, idiotic pups I ever saw this one.
That's right, Mabel. Every time we make a move to leave the house, he blocks our way and starts growling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Molly. Well, put him on, will you?
What?
Let me talk to him. To Tarzan, the dog.
Oh, it's for you, Tarzan.
Tarzan, now you behave yourself, you hear me? Sit down now. Sit. What's he doing now, Molly? Is he sitting?
Yeah, he's sitting in front of the mantel. McGee's sitting on top of the mantel.
Did you tell her we even tried sneaking out a window, but he wouldn't let us?
Yes, dearie. Hush, I can't hear. Well, Mabel, now what?
He won't let you out the front door or the back, huh?
No, nor the window even.
Well, I tell you what you better do, Ma. If you'll run upstairs and look in my closet, you'll
Ah, boy. I was beginning to think we'd never get to bed. You tired?
Beat. Oh, am I glad to get to bed.
Boy.
The next time I offer to feed a neighbor's dog while the neighbors are out of town, throw a collar and a leash on me and tie me up, will you?
I'll say I will. How's the bed? Comfortable?
Wonderful. Mabel said they got a very good buy on these mattresses at the Bonton.
Yeah. Hey, how do you like me in Mort's pajamas? Pretty snazzy, huh?
Very cute.
Yeah.
Before you turn out the light, hang up Mabel's robe for me, will you?
Okay.
They'll be home early in the morning, and I don't want her bedroom all mussed up because she's a very...
We'll say goodnight to Fibber and Molly in a moment.
Thank goodness for Jell-O Instant Pudding. That's the glad word these busy days, and thank goodness is right. This is the dessert there's always time to make, no matter how busy you are. Jell-O Instant Pudding, the busy day dessert from the famous Jell-O folks. Gosh, how easy it is, how quick. You simply add it to cold milk and beat it up, and you're through. It's ready to eat almost at once. A wonderful homemade dessert. So rich and nourishing. So creamy and delicious. Why, no other instant pudding under the blue sky could possibly be the same. Make Jell-O Instant Pudding at dessert time while the kids are clearing the table. Let the kids make it themselves, all in the wink of an eye. But make sure you have plenty of all three flavors stocked up on the shelf. Remember, for busy days, busy days, it's Jell-O Instant Pudding, the busy day dessert.
Hey, Molly. Molly, you asleep?
Not anymore. What's the matter?
I wonder where that dog is.
He was at the foot of the steps when we came up to bed. Why?
I'm hungry. I think I'll sneak downstairs and see what Toopses have got in their icebox.
Oh, now, McGee, you shouldn't do that.
Why not? Gee whiz, we're stuck here till tomorrow. No, I guess you're right. Wouldn't be polite. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly is an NBC Radio Network production transcribed. With Bill Thompson as the old-timer, Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Gamble, Mary Jane Croft as Mabel Toops, and Fritz Feld as Tarzan the dog. This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night as the telephone causes trouble for Mr. McGee of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
The great Gildersleeve and all his friends are back with you tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Our happy postman, Mel Blanc, Elliot Lewis, and Robert Bentz. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. It's breakfast time as we look in at the Burns home today, and George and Gracie are looking at the morning paper.
My goodness, George, did you read this? Some burglars sawed through a man's door and took everything in his house.
Yeah, there's really a crime wave. Every day you read about more burglaries and robberies.
Oh, George, why don't you ask Bill Goodwin to move in with us?
Why?
Well, I'd feel safer with a man around the house.
How about me?
Yeah, you'd be safer, too.
Thanks, but I can protect both of us.
Well, George, if you won't let Bill Goodwin move in, let's go down to the pet shop and get a watchdog. I'll feel safer if I have protection.
But, honey, when you've got me, you've got protection. I'm just the same as a dog.
Why, George, that's the first time you've ever agreed with my mother.
Let's go to the pet shop.
Oh, here we are, George. Potter's Pet Shop.
How do you do? May I help you?
Well, yes, I want to look over your supply of dogs.
Very well. Would you like a little peek?
No, I want to take a real good look.
By a peek, madam, I meant a Pekingese.
The royal dog of China.
Oh, no, that wouldn't do at all. I can't speak a word of Chinese.
Madam.
Suppose I wanted to tell this Chinese dog his dinner was ready. By the time I got an interpreter, his chop suey'd be cold.
Gracie, that's enough about the Chinese dog.
All right, dear.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps, madam, you would prefer a bulldog.
No, I prefer a burglar dog. We don't expect bulls to break into our house.
I'm beginning to catch on. At least I think I am. You want a dog to protect you from burglars?
Yes.
Good. How about a boxer?
No, I don't want the dog to box with the burglars. I want him to bite them.
Madam.
Though if he wore boxing gloves, it would keep his nails from scratching the furniture.
Sir, is this your wife?
Yes.
Is she often like this?
Just overlook it.
Takes practice, I suppose.
Yes.
Well, here I go again.
Keep trying, kid.
Madam, I withdraw my suggestion about the boxer. Instead, how about a Doberman Pinscher?
No, I don't want the dog to pinch the burglars either. if you've got a Doberman biter, I'll take it.
Keep punching, kid.
How about a setter?
He sounds too lazy.
How about a pointer?
He sounds too impolite.
How about going to another shop?
No, I'm sure we can work something out.
You work it out. I'll see you later. I'm going home.
You'll have to excuse my husband, Mr. Potter. He's the nervous type.
I understand. Believe me. Would you still like to buy a dog?
Yes, yeah. Oh, this dog is kind of cute. What is he?
A Spitz.
Chews tobacco, huh?
Day and night.
Oh, well, then I better not take him. Oh, here's a wonderful dog. A great big fellow. What kind is he?
A St. Bernard. He's the dog that's famous for carrying a keg of brandy around.
Oh, it seems to me that your dogs are not very well brought up. That one chews and this one drinks.
I'm sure a good home would straighten him out.
Well, he's certainly the right size to frighten away burglars. Hello, boy. Mr. Potter, I'll take him.
Good.
Don't bother to wrap him up. I'll just carry him.
Yes.
But on second thought, he's big enough to carry me.
Yes.
I'll drop by tomorrow and tell you if my husband likes him.
Well, not tomorrow, madam. I've decided to take a week off in a sanitarium. Goodbye now.
George, come in the living room and see our dog.
Oh, you finally bought one, huh?
St. Bernard. Oh, he's so big and friendly. Except when he sees a bum or a tramp, of course. Then he's guaranteed to growl.
Good. Let's take a look at the pooch.
Doggy, this is your master. The man you're going to protect. Say hello to him. Doggy, don't growl at him. You're only supposed to growl at bums. Now say hello.
Isn't he making a little mistake?
Well, I don't know. They're awfully intelligent.
Gracie, you better get rid of this fur-bearing elephant. He doesn't like me.
Well, just show him that you're his master. Stand there and look him right in the eye.
Okay.
Kneel down, doggy, so George can look you in the eye.
Forget it. How can we feed this big mutt?
Oh, it won't be expensive. When we buy our meat, the butcher could throw in something for the dog.
If the dog opens his mouth, we can throw in the butcher.
But, George, think of the protection he'll give us. He's trained to bite any suspicious character when you say sick him. George Burns, get your leg out of that dog's mouth.
It was his idea, not mine. Call him off.
Let go of George's leg, doggy. If you want an old bone, I'll get you one at the market.
Well, this is going to be one happy little family. I can see.
Meredith, did you ever stop to think how many songs the moon has inspired?
Quite a few, Bill, but for lasting popularity, there aren't many to equal Wabash Moon. All of which is a tribute not just to the song, but to the Wabash River and the pleasant, friendly state of Indiana.
Well, they've got a lot to be proud of out there in the Hoosier country. From the flat, fertile farmlands where the tall corn grows to the sycamore-shaded banks of the Wabash itself, you'll find a brand of hospitality that's famous and a way of life that makes Indiana a mighty welcome and inviting part of the American scene. Brings to mind how Maxwell House coffee truly belongs to the American scene, too. Why, folks have been expressing their hospitality with Maxwell House for generations. And today, in this coffee-drinking nation, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavors behind this nationwide preference, that good-to-the-last-drop Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these superior Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. Resulting in coffee you enjoy at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not know the extra pleasure of extra good coffee? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffees sold. Just you say, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Now sit up. Come on, sit up. That's it. Now shake hands. Now lie down and roll over. Roll over. That's good. Now play dead. Aw, that's wonderful, George. Now, doggy, see if you can do it.
Yeah, I showed you how, you big stupid mutt. Oh, quiet, quiet.
George, doesn't it give you a wonderful sense of protection to have a big, fierce watchdog in the house? If any undesirable person tries to get in, you just say, sick 'em. George, stop teasing him. Get your leg out of his mouth.
Turn loose. And Gracie, stop saying that. Every time you do, he grabs me.
Oh, dear, someone's at the door. I'm afraid to open it, and the dog might bite them.
Good, I could use a rest. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Oh, my goodness. You've got a Shetland pony.
No, that's our new watchdog.
Hello, big boy.
Oh, don't try to pet him. He'll tear you apart.
Look at that big moose. He's licking the postman's hand.
Oh, I love dogs. I've got a big, old, ugly bloodhound, but my wife wants me to get rid of him.
Why?
I keep making the same mistake. I come home and pat my wife and kiss the bloodhound. They look exactly alike.
You'd better not say that around the house.
You're right, the dog would kill me.
Would you like to take this dog home, Mr. Postman? He despises me.
Oh, no, he doesn't, George. If you were in danger, he'd protect you. Mr. Postman, you start kicking George and see what happens.
Very well. Take that.
Oh, now, you see, George, he's protecting you.
Protecting me? He's got me by the seat of my pants.
Well, sure. That's so the postman can't kick you there.
Let go of me, you monster.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
keep smiling, he says, with this Canine Sydney Green Street hanging onto my pants. Oh, quiet.
George, I'm going out to the kitchen to get the dog some water. While I'm gone, make friends with him.
How? I'd love to.
Well, they say music hath charms. Sing to him. Let him hear his master's voice.
What's the idea?
Well, you see, you sing so beautifully, Sugar Throat.
I do?
Oh, yes. You're the male Margaret Truman.
Well, I'll try.
Now, I'll be right back.
Well, get a load of this, Pooch. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. No! Cut that out. Ain't misbehaving all by... Ain't misbehaving... Look, give me a chance. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Oh.
George, that was beautiful. Especially that high note in the end.
That was the dog.
Oh. Well, sing some more.
I won't do it.
Well, just hum then. Oh, that was beautiful.
That's the door buzzer.
Now, who could that be?
I hope it's the dog catcher. Come in.
Hello, all. Oh, you got a St. Bernard. Nice doggy.
Oh, look out, Meredith. He'll tear you limb from limb. Oh. Look, George. He's licking Meredith's face.
Oh, fine. He tears off my leg and drools on every stranger.
Well, all dogs like me, George. When I was a boy back on the farm in Mason City, Iowa, I had a wonderful dog named Rover. If a fox tried to rob the hen house, I'd just say, sick him. Whoa!
Oh, George. George, can't you keep your leg out of that dog's mouth?
Yes, George. That seems very inconsiderate. How would you like it if I put my leg in your mouth?
I'd love it.
George. Tell us more about Rover, Meredith.
Well, we were more than just a boy and his dog. We were real friends. He shared his bed with me.
Oh, Meredith, didn't it bother you when he scratched for fleas?
No, it felt good. Well, sir, one day poor Rover got a hold of some bad food and began to sicken.
To what?
Sicken.
George, there you go again, sticking your leg in the dog's mouth.
Yes, George. I cannot stand here and watch you torment this noble animal. Do you mind if I go?
If you will. Some watchdog you dragged home. The postman and Meredith, two guys he's never seen before, walk in and he loves them.
Well, he probably sensed that they were friends of ours. But just let some stranger come along and I'll bet he'll tear them apart.
Yes.
Answer the door, darling. I'm going to fix some lunch.
Yes?
How about buying some magazine subscriptions, old-timer?
Old-timer?
Yeah, I got some great ones here. The Glass Blowers Journal.
I don't want any. And get your foot out of the door.
Well, don't try to brush me off, old-timer.
This is what I've been waiting for. Okay, dog. Sick him. Whoa! Not me. Not me. Grab him.
Well, what a nice big dog. Hello, Buster.
Oh, fine. Him he likes, too.
Well, as I was saying, old-timer, how about a 10-year subscription to the Motorman's Weekly?
The Motorman's Weekly? Get out of here.
Looks like the dog's on my side. You better take the Motorman's Weekly.
Okay, I'll take it. Now on your way.
Not so fast, old-timer. How about a 20-year subscription to the Chinchilla Breeders' Gazette?
Are you kidding? Beat it.
Sign right here, old-timer.
This is murder.
It's Meredith Wilson and his music, Till the Clouds Roll By.
soon as this doghouse is finished, in you go.
Hi, George. What are you doing?
Oh, hello, Bill. I'm finishing a doghouse for this four-legged Swiss Alp that Gracie bought.
What's he doing?
Oh, it's kind of a race. I'm building a house for him, and he's digging a hole for me. It's just a question of which one of us finishes first.
Well, geez, a nice big dog. Hi, fella.
Oh, fine. You he likes, too. Me, he bites in the leg.
Bites your leg, huh? Must be a southern dog. Likes ham hocks.
Go away. There. The doghouse is finished. Okay, Mutt. In you go. Come on. Get in the doghouse. Okay, then. I'll push you in. Come on, now. Well, this'll do it.
Let me out!
You know, it's funny how some dumb animals are smarter than other dumb animals.
Where's George?
Usual place, in the doghouse.
Oh, George Burns, you come out of there. How do you expect to make friends with this dog? First you keep sticking your leg in his mouth, and now you take his house.
Gracie, either this dog leaves or I leave. One of us has to get out.
But, George, I need protection against burglars.
Well, then choose between us. Either the dog protects you or I protect you. Now, which do you keep? Your husband or a St. Bernard?
Well, naturally, there's only one choice to make.
Sure.
Will you take care of him, Bill? Give him a nice warm place to sleep and food to eat.
Oh, sure, Gracie. I'll take care of him. Come along, George.
George, huh? Hey, Gracie, did you hear what the comedian said? He thinks you want me to go instead of the dog. Straighten him out.
Bill, see that George gets his Maxwell House coffee every morning.
Huh? I will, Gracie. That's a perfect way to start each day. Rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee. How many cups do you drink, George?
3. I mean, there's a mistake.
No, you can have as many as you want. After all, Maxwell House is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. And no wonder careful selection and blending of premium Latin American coffees plus radiant roasting add up to that famous good-to-the-last-drop flavor you get in no other coffee.
Gracie, you want me to go to Bill's and the dog to stay here?
Well, just till the burglar scare is over, George. Take care of him, Bill. See that he takes his exercise every morning. Have you got a window he can open?
Yes.
Oh, that's his exercise.
Gracie.
And, Bill, be sure to test his bath water before he gets in the tub.
To see if it's too hot?
No, too deep.
Gracie.
Remember, Bill, I'm sending you my most precious possession.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Gracie. I got plenty of Maxwell House coffee.
Look, you Silex jockey, for 2 cents.
No home should be without Maxwell House coffee, Gracie. And no home has to be without it. Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking enjoyment, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. That's why so many millions agree today's coffee buy is Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Now, come along, George.
Now, wait a minute.
Goodbye, George. Be good to him, Bill. Help him get dressed in the morning.
I can dress myself.
I know, but it looks so much neater if it's laced in the back.
Yeah, if his corset isn't laced up, the stays might stick him.
Might what?
Stick him.
Oh, George Burns, for the last time, get your leg out of that dog's mouth.
Well, that does it. First thing in the morning, this snapping turtle goes back to the pet shop. Now I'm going in and take an aspirin.
Well, looks like you're going to lose your dog, Gracie.
Oh, it'll break my heart. Bill, I've got an idea. Tonight, you'll rob our house.
Huh?
I mean, you'll pretend to be a burglar. The dog will chase you away, be a big hero, and George will let me keep him.
Well, I'd like to do it, Gracie, but at 8:15, I've got a date with the girl I'm engaged to marry.
But call her and postpone it.
I can't. I don't know her name.
All right. Rob the house at 8 o'clock. I'll get George to bed by then.
Yeah. Okay, Gracie. I'll see you at 8.
Let's go to bed, dear.
Go to bed?
Mm-hmm.
It's only 8 o'clock. It's too early.
But going to bed early puts roses in your cheeks.
I've already got roses in my cheeks.
But I don't like yellow roses.
I'm not going to bed. I'm not sleepy.
All right. I'll read to you from this magazine that the salesman left here.
The Motorman's Weekly? Put it down.
But this looks like a wonderful article. It's called Life Can Be Beautiful on a Streetcar in Scranton.
Sounds beautiful.
By John Connors, motorman, junior grade. He says, I like my job very much.
John Connor says that.
Yeah, it is a good job. The first stop I make is at the corner of First and Main. There I pick up passengers. Some are men, some are women. The second stop I make is at the corner of Second and Main. There I pick up more passengers. Some are men, some are women. The third stop...
Is there much more of that?
Oh, pages of it. Isn't it fascinating?
Oh, it's fascinating, yes.
The third stop I make is at the corner of Third and Main. There I pick up more passengers. Some are men, some are women.
Yes, yes.
I don't pick up many children. They like to walk. The fourth
I think
step...
I'll go to bed.
Oh, that's a good idea, George. You run along and I'll lock up.
Yes. Good night.
Good night, dear. Thought I'd never get rid of him. Poor Bill must be waiting outside. Are you there, Bill?
Yeah, let's hurry. My babe is waiting.
All right. The dog is in the den.
Yeah.
When you go in, he'll bark and I'll call George. Then you jump out the window and let him see you running away.
Yeah, okay. Come on.
Oh, darn it. The dog's asleep. Wake up, doggy. Wake up. Oh, please wake up, doggy. We've got a burglar.
I don't think anything will wake him, Gracie.
Oh, why not?
I just noticed I've been standing on his tail.
Oh, Bill, you make a noise like a dog. Lay your ears back and howl.
Me?
Well, sure, I've seen you do it many times at Hollywood and Vine.
Okay.
Oh, George, come quick.
What's wrong, Gracie?
Oh, a burglar got in the den, but the dog scared him away. See, there he goes out the window.
By golly, you're right.
Now aren't you proud of our watchdog? He's a hero.
Yeah, I owe him an apology. Doggy, I was wrong about you. You... Hey, he's asleep.
Well, he's exhausted. He leaped at the burglar and chased him around the room and bit him.
Wait a minute. You're making this up. This silly pooch is dead to the world.
Oh, honestly, George, he almost tore the burglar apart. I didn't even have to say sick him.
Won't let go of my leg. What a watchdog. There he is. Sound asleep again. Look at him. Sprawled out on the floor like a rug. Isn't that awful?
Oh, it certainly is. Pick him up, George, and put him in our bed.
Good night, everybody.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Breakfast feed your crying need? There's always time for instant Maxwell House coffee. It's instant, it's new, it's good to the last drop, too. Yes, trust Maxwell House to make a better instant coffee. Roaster fresh true coffee flavor, true coffee aroma, because it's all coffee made from America's favorite, the famous Maxwell House blend. And thrifty. A jar of instant Maxwell House makes fully as much as a pound of regular coffee. Make yours instant Maxwell House. Good to the last drop.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. You can always tell us by the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows, but our best identification is that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Many of you have already learned for yourselves the exceptional quality of these famous products, like Rexall aspirin, for example. Here is the aspirin that, by laboratory test, disintegrates faster than any other leading brand tested. Remember that, please, the next time you need aspirin. And remember also, it's quality like that we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Mr. Scott of Rexall and his wife are going on a motor trip for a few days. However, they have a very valuable French poodle named Madame Bovary, whom they would like to leave in good hands while they're gone. As we look in, we find Mr. Scott on the phone asking Phil if he'll take care of the dog while they're away.
What's that, Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, we seem to have a bad connection. What did you say?
I said I'm taking Mrs. Scott on a motor trip for a few days, and I'd like to leave Madame Bovary with you while I'm gone.
Madame Bovary? Gee, Mr. Scott, I'd like to help you out, but I'm a married man. Gee whiz, Alice is a little touchy about having other women around the house. I ain't gonna...
Harris, Madame Bovary is a dog.
Oh, well, in that case, leave her with Remley. He don't care what they look like.
Give me strength. Look, cornball. Madame Bovary is a dog. You know, bow wow, woof woof, arf, arf.
Oh, Scotty, you've been working too hard.
Harris, listen closely. I'll spell it for you. I want to leave a D-O... No, that'll get him more confused than ever. Wait. I've got it. Mr. Harris, when your wife is mad at you, where does she put you?
In a doghouse.
Cut it in half and you've got it. That's what I want to leave with you. A dog.
Well, why didn't you say so instead of getting me involved in one of them double in tandem routines? I don't know nothing about what you're talking about. We'd be glad to take care of her. She's a nice dog. Bring her over.
Thanks. I'll be right over with her. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Scott.
Who called, Phil?
Oh, it was Mr. Scott, honey. He's taking his wife on a motor trip, and he wants to leave his dog with us.
Oh, that'll be nice for the children having a dog around.
Yeah. Well, if that Scotty's coming over with that dog, I won't be able to finish painting this chair right now.
Oh, you better put the paint away now.
I'll put the paint can away later.
You know, Phil, we should have bought the girls a dog for Christmas. Frankie promised them one, but instead he gave them that horrible, uncouth gift.
Hold it, Mercedes. What's uncouth about a pool table?
I don't want it in the house, and I'm going to tell Frankie. So where is he?
He's in the den with the kids. Said he was going to help them with their homework. I'll call him. Hey, Remley, come in here a minute, will you?
All right, Curly, I'll be right with you.
Okay, Phyllis, it's your shot. Try the 6 ball in the side pocket, and this time don't cheat. Keep one foot on the floor. Now remember, you each owe me $3 so far.
When we started, you said we were playing for fun.
Well, that was before I was sure I could beat you. Okay, now stop stalling and chalk up.
All right. Uncle Frankie, how do I make this shot?
Well, that's a cinch. Put a little English on the cue ball, kiss her off the 7, bank it off the corner cushion, you get it right into the side pocket. It's an impossible shot. She'll never make it.
Well, I'll try. Here goes.
Little wise guy.
Well, Phyllis and I won that game. Now it's your turn to pay us.
All right. Here's 50 cents in play money.
I don't get it, Uncle Frankie. When we win, you pay us in play money. But when you win, we have to pay you in real money. How come?
Fortunes of war, my child. Now, if you kids will excuse me, I'll go see what your daddy wants. Curly? Hey, do you want to see me, Curly?
I want to see you, Frankie. It's about the pool table that
hold it a minute. That must be Mr. and Mrs. Scott.
What are the Scotts coming here for?
They're going away on a trip and they're stopping by for a minute. Excuse us, Frankie.
Yeah.
Hello, Harris. Mrs. Harris?
Oh, hello, Mr. Scott. Come right on in.
Where's Mrs. Scott?
She's at home. I'm picking her up later. Well, here's Madame Bovary.
Hiya, Poochie. She's a cute little thing.
Hey, Curly, did the old test tube leave yet? Oh, hi, Scotty.
Oh, it's him. Hello, Remley. It's good to see you.
Thanks. It's good to see you, too. You're looking fine, Mr. Scott. Well, Mrs. Scott. You're looking your usual charming self. Nice to see you again. She's got a cold, eh?
Remley, one more nasty...
Oh, no, it was just a mistake, Mr. Scott. Frankie can't see too well. He's wearing his nearsighted head today.
Look, Frankie, this is a dog. It isn't Mrs. Scott.
Harris, I hardly think the identification is necessary. As for you, Remley, this is the beginning of a new year. So why don't you get it off to a good start by doing away with yourself? Now, Mrs. Harris, I have to be running along now.
Oh, I'll see you to the door, Mr. Scott.
All right, so long, Scotty. Come on, Frankie, let's take this dog in and show it to the kids, huh?
By the way, Mrs. Harris, I want to leave this dog whistle with you.
Yes.
Incidentally, don't think the whistle's broken when you blow it, because you won't hear it, but the dog will.
Oh, Mr. Scott, you've been standing too close to Frankie.
I know I sound like him, but this is a supersonic whistle, and it's too high-pitched for the human ear, but a dog can hear it plainly. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Harris,
yes?
I won't be here for the program Sunday, but I'll try to listen in. I'd hate to miss your song.
Oh, I'd hate to have you miss it, too, and just to make sure you don't, I'll sing it now. Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye. And just to show that I care, I will write and declare that I'm on the loose, but I'll stay on the square. I'll be lonely, but even though I'm lonely, there'll be no other guy. Though I'll be gone for a while, I know that I'll be smiling with my baby by and by.
Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye.
Although I know that you care, won't you write and declare that though on the loose, you are still on the square?
I'll be lonely, but send that rainbow to me, then my shadows will fly. Though you'll be gone for a while, I know that I'll be smiling
Mr. Scott, that's the number I'm... How do you like that? He drove off right in the middle of my song. Oh, well, as long as he sends the check every week, who cares? I'd better put this dog whistle in a safe place. I wonder if it really works. I gotta try it. The dog heard it, but I didn't. Mr. Scott was right. It can't be heard by a human being. I'd better put it on the mantel so I'll know where it is. Well, it's 11:45. I'd better prepare lunch.
Hey, Alice, where are those instructions that Mr. Scott gave you? I think this dog... Alice! Ah, well, I'll find them myself. I think she put them up on the mantel. Hey, I never saw this whistle before. Must belong to the kids. Wonder what it sounds like. Must be broken. Maybe you have to blow it harder.
Who's blowing that darn whistle in here?
Well, I'm blowing it, but... You heard it blow?
Yeah. That's the shrillest sound I ever heard in my life.
But, Frankie, the whistle's broken. Look, I'll show you.
Cut it out! Stop it! Cut it out! You want to break my eardrums?
But I didn't hear nothing. Frankie, my ears ain't working. I must be losing my hearing.
Nah, it's nothing serious. Some people are nearsighted. You just happen to be near-eared.
This is no time for jokes.
Bill, lunch is ready.
Hey? Oh, honey, I got awful news for you. From now on, when you whisper sweet nothings in my ear, that's what it's going to be. Nothing.
Bill, what are you talking about?
I'm losing my hearing, honey. I've been blowing this whistle, and I don't hear a sound.
Of course you don't. It's a supersonic whistle. It can't be heard by human beings, only by dogs.
Oh, well, thank goodness I'm all right. I didn't hear it, and Remley said he heard... Remley?
What are you staring at me for? Just because I heard the whistle doesn't mean that I... Hey, Curly, if only dogs can hear it and I heard it, it must mean that I...
Take it easy. Take down, Rex.
Bill, why is Frankie carrying on so?
Alice, I got something amazing to tell you. When I blew this dog whistle, Frankie heard it.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me.
Honey, don't you understand? What did you say about the whistle?
I said a human being can't hear it.
But Frankie heard it.
So?
What do you mean, so? This is awful. If I can hear like a dog, there must be something wrong with me.
Maybe you're part Airedale.
Don't be a funny man. Part Airedale. I'll have you know I'm just as human as anybody. I'll be right in, dear.
All right, take it easy, Remley. Take it easy. Just quiet down a minute now. Take it easy. You're nervous. I'll soothe your nerves by singing something appropriate for a man in your condition.
Oh.
How about trees? Hold it, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I got just a tune for you, Remley. Now sit back on your haunches, cock your ears, and listen to your master's voice. I recommend to every one of you who continue to do the things you do. Apply the fundamental and let the incidental go by. Stand on the basic, firm philosophy. Do it naturally, like it ought to be. Apply the fundamental and let the incidental go by. When old man trouble starts in hounding your doorstep, and and he's got his grip around you, brother. That's the time you'd better watch your step. Consequently, I recommend you take this interview and apply it to everything you do, and you will find your knowledge is more than any college could do for you. 'Cause it's only elemental to apply the fundamental and let the incidental go by. Recommend to every one of you who continue to do the things you do. Apply the fundamental and let the incidental go by. Stand on a basic, firm philosophy. Do it naturally, like it ought to be. Apply the fundamental and let the incidental go by. When old man trouble starts in hounding your doorstep, and he's got his grip around you, brother, that's the time you'd better get more help. Consequential, I beg you take this little interview and apply it to everything you do, and you will find your knowledge is more than any college could do for you. 'Cause it's only elemental to apply the fundamental and let the incidental go by. Bye-bye. F-U-N-D, I don't know how to spell it, but let the incidental go by.
Now I know what's wrong with my ears, Curly. I always stand too close to you when you sing. Hey, Curly, do you think maybe there's something in my ear that's causing my strange affliction?
Could be. Maybe you got a tick in there. Hey, hold still, Remley. I'll look in your ear and see. Hold over here. It's kind of dark in there. Wait till I light a match. Now, let me see now.
Hey, don't hold a match so close to my ear.
Will you hold still? I want to study this.
All right.
Is anybody... Well, it's about time somebody set fire to Mr. Remley. With all the alcohol in him, he'd make a beautiful blaze.
You keep quiet, Julius. Now, hold still, Frankie.
All right.
I don't see nothing in your left ear, Remley.
Well, come over here and look in his right ear. I see something astounding in here.
What do you see?
The light shining through from his left ear.
Julius, you can see the light shining through... Julius, you mean...
Like an empty attic. Mr. Harris, it's... Oh, that frightened me.
What frightened you?
A bat just flew out of me.
Julius, one more crack out of you and I'll spill this can of paint over you.
Keep your shirt on. What are you looking in his ear for anyway, Mr. Harris?
Well, kid, Mr. Remley has a very strange affliction. You see, he hears like a dog.
Hey, this guy's a regular menagerie.
What do you mean, menagerie?
He hears like a dog, eats like a pig, and drinks like a fish. Mr. Harris, does any other member of his family suffer from this? Does he have any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, he's one of a litter of 5. Let's see. There was Prince, King, Rover.
Mr. Remley, please don't bark while us humans is talking.
That does it. You're getting this paint can right on your head. Here, take that.
You missed me.
Oh, Remley, look what you got now. You got that red paint all over the dog. How am I going to explain this to Mr. Scott? How his dog got red?
Tell him his French poodle joined the Communist Party. Hello, fellas.
Lovely kid.
Yeah.
He's a grand boy. He's got all the charm of an old man's knee. Oh, Remley, now look. Just take a look at that dog. He's covered with red paint. What are we going to do? If Scotty ever sees his dog like this, I'm a cinch to lose my job. Now, we got to get the paint off of her hair.
Well,
look
take
at
it easy, will you? We'll get it off.
Oh, sure.
All we have to do is you go answer the phone. I'll get the paint off of the dog. Let's see. Where does Curly keep his electric razor? Okay, stop shivering, Pooch. There you are. Hey, you look great, kid. Not a hair on you.
Hey, Remley, I got news for you. We're cooked. That was Mr. Scott on the phone. He had to postpone his trip, and he's coming over to get his... Remley, where'd you get that plucked chicken?
That's Scotty's dog. I shaved all her hair off.
Oh, no. Oh, a nude French poodle? Somehow she looks indecent. Throw a rug or a kimono or something over her.
I think she looks very attractive.
Only to you, Rin Tin Tin. Oh, Frankie, if Scotty sees his dog like this, he's going to raise the roof. Her fancy hairdo is the most important part of a dog.
I know that, and when Scotty gets here, she'll have hair. Hand me that bottle of glue.
You mean you're going to paste the hair back on a dog?
Oh, Curly, don't get hokey. Besides, there's paint on the old hair. I'm going to paste this on. Looks like poodle hair, but it's much more luxurious.
Yeah, it is. What is that?
Alice's Persian lamb muff. I know what I'm doing every minute.
Frankie, will you listen to me? You can't do that.
It's too late. It's already cut, measured, and ready to fit. Now hold the dog still while I paste it on.
Oh, Remley, why do you always get... Well, that's all we got left to do now, and I'll tell you something. We got to hurry, Frankie. Mr. Scott will be here any minute. Now, look, do you remember how her fancy hairdo looks?
Stop worrying, will you? I'll put it on just the way it was.
You'd better put it on.
Yeah. Well, she's all pasted, Curly. How does she look?
I don't know, Frankie. Didn't she have a tuft of hair on top of her head?
No. It was under her chin, just the way I got
it. Well, maybe you're right. But is it supposed to be shaped like a Van Dyke? She looks like an ad for Bach beer.
I think she looks swell. Notice how deftly I applied these clumps of fur here and there. Gives her a look of studied carelessness.
Well, maybe she looks all right, but wait a minute. What's that limp strip of fur hanging down the back of her?
Oh, that's her new tail.
New tail?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to her old one?
Well, while I was working on her, she kept swishing it in my face, so I glued it to her stomach.
Oh, Frankie, this is a sad-looking animal, and I know that Scotty is going to be...
Mrs. Harris told me you had my beautiful dog in here. And I... What is that horrible monstrosity?
That horrible monstrosity is your beautiful dog.
What happened to her? She used to have hair on top of her head and all along the top of her shoulders. Now she has it hanging from her chin and under her stomach.
Turn her upside down. She'll be as good as new.
I should have known better than to leave her here with you two maniacs. Come, Madam Bovary, we're going home. Daddy will pick you up. I can't budge her.
Remley, you put too much glue on her stomach and she's stuck to the floor. Pull a little harder, Scotty.
Oh, you poor dog. But don't worry. We'll get back at those two right now.
Now, wait a minute, Scotty. Wait a minute. Take it easy. Don't sick that dog on us.
Dog nothing. I'm going to bite you myself.
Oh, wait. Now, don't roll yourself. I can explain. I didn't mean to. Scotty, stop chewing on my leg.
Take off your garter, you coward.
Oh, sorry.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But right now, our Rexall family druggist has a customer.
What's the name of that Rexall antacid you sold me a little while back?
You must mean Bismarex, ma'am.
Bismarex, that's it. I don't think I've ever found faster relief for acid indigestion.
Well, that's because Bismarex works like a team in a relay race.
Like a relay race? What on earth do you mean?
Well, the carefully balanced ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time required for solubility, so that each one works in sequence, like a four-man relay race.
I get it. One ingredient starts in where the other leaves off.
That's it. The first man, or ingredient, promptly relieves the heartburn that comes from food fermentation in the stomach. The next one races to neutralize hyperacidity. The third one eases gastric distress. And the finished man leaves a soothing protective covering for irritated stomach membranes.
No wonder Bismarex gives such fast relief.
Well, ma'am, that kind of quality applies to all of Rexall's 2,000 or more drug products. And that's why 10,000 family druggists will tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Friends, this is Phil Harris, and right now, I'm going to tell you about something that is very close to me. Somewhere is a youngster who needs a pal, a boy who may be fatherless or just an unhappy, unfortunate kid. Whatever the reason, the big brothers of America are ready to help, and you can help too if you're a big brother. Beginning next Sunday is National Big Brother Week. Give your own heart a warm feeling by joining up, won't you? Write Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. Do that. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Gail Gordon and Stan Freeberg. Frank Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Dangerous colds often start with nothing more serious than a simple sore throat. The prompt use of MI-31, Rexall's famous mouthwash and gargle, relieves simple sore throat. Used full strength, Rexall MI-31 kills contacted germs in a few seconds, helps soothe and relieve the minor throat irritations and rawness that often precede or accompany an ordinary cold. What's more, Rexall MI-31 in the full pint bottle costs only 69 cents at any store with the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window. When you ask for it, remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Stay tuned for Sam Spade, then Two Great Stars on Theater Guild on NBC.
Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. The daily problems of most teachers are not restricted to the ones they face at school. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, is no exception to this rule.
No, indeed. Many of my problems don't begin until I leave school or before I start to school.
This in spite of the fact that my home life consists of just A, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, and B, our cat, Minerva. Unfortunately, A is extremely absent-minded, and B is allergic to cat hair. Last Friday morning, the three of us were having breakfast together.
Careful, dear. Don't drink so fast or you'll get milk all over you.
Thanks for reminding me, Mrs. Davis. May I have that napkin, please?
Oh, here you are, Connie. You look pretty silly with your whiskers all white.
Well, who wouldn't? Oh, you're talking to Minerva.
Yes. All finished, Minerva. There's a good girl. Now go on into the kitchen and wait for me.
While you're out there, do the dishes. All right, I'll do the dishes.
Oh, don't bother, Connie. You better get ready to go to school. Walter Denton should be picking you up any minute. Of course, you could dust the living room for me if you've got a minute. Those andirons I bought yesterday are pretty dusty.
Andirons? But, Mrs. Davis, we haven't got a fireplace.
That's what I told the salesman, Connie. But he carried them all the way up to our door by then.
From where?
From his car. He said it was his first time in this neighborhood.
A door-to-door andiron salesman. Well, that's a new wrinkle.
Yes, he was, Connie. And rather gray, too. That's why I just had to buy them. You'll find the set over by the piano. There's a brush and a sifter came with them.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's burn the piano. I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. What you buy is your own business, but I don't like to see people take advantage of you all the time.
But, Connie, nobody takes advantage of me.
Certainly they do. You're always doing favors for somebody, and most of the time they're practically strangers. Like that night you consented to sit for that couple down the street. You sat all right till 5 a.m.
But they couldn't find anybody else to stay with their children.
A fine litter it was, too. 2 sets of twins, 8 months old and 2 years old.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. They had a lovely phonograph, and I listened to music all evening long. It had a record changer and everything.
You probably set a few changing records yourself that night. Mrs. Davis, you've just got to learn how to say no to people.
Oh, I guess I'm just an easy mark. Well, I'll get on with these dishes.
Oh, that's probably Walter now. Coming! Yes?
Miss Brooks, isn't it? I'm a neighbor of yours, Mrs. Evans. George and I live about a mile from here.
Are you asking me or telling me? Come in, neighbor.
Oh, thank you.
Come into the living room. Sit down, Mrs. Evans.
Oh, you still don't know who I am, do you? Let's see. Belmont Laundry. Does that do anything to you?
Well, they tear my slips once in a while.
Oh, I knew that would do it. It is good to chat with you again, Miss Brooks.
Again? When did you chat with me last, Mrs. Evans?
Right after the holiday.
The Easter holiday?
No, dear. Last Thanksgiving. We were both at the Belmont Laundry to complain about the service. And on the way out, we had a conversation. I said, isn't this laundry getting terrible? And you agreed with me. Now, do you remember?
Of course. I just forgot some of the details.
I know you'll forgive me if I'm brief, Miss Brooks. I've been rather upset lately. It's George.
It is?
Yes, my husband, he isn't a bit well, and that's why we have to make this trip. The doctor seems to think that a week in the country will do him a world of good, so we're going upstate this afternoon. Molly has a farm up there, you know. It's a beautiful place.
If there's one thing Molly knows, it's how to pick a farm.
Oh, but she didn't. Uncle Fred left it to Molly. But George is so attached to peanuts. And, well, Miss Brooks, for just this 1 week, will you take care of peanuts for us?
Well, it's all according. How many bags of them are there?
No, you don't understand. Peanuts is our dog, the cutest thing you ever saw, and he's no trouble at all. I've got him right outside in our station wagon. Come on out and take a look at him.
Oh, but Mrs. Evans, the
We
dog...
take him with us, but Molly's afraid of dogs. Come along, Miss Brooks. I took the liberty of parking in your driveway.
Yes, I see. Who's that at the wheel, your husband?
No, that's Peanuts.
Oh. Did he drive you down? I mean, what kind of a dog is that, Mrs. Evans?
He's a Dane, of course.
I should have known. He's built just like Lauritz Melchior.
Here, Peanuts. Come on, boy.
How can he get out? The windows are closed.
Well, he opens the door with his teeth. We taught him how when he was just a little puppy, and he's never forgotten it. He's got a wonderful memory.
He should have. His father was an elephant.
Where are you going, Miss Brooks?
I left a crossword puzzle up this tree.
Don't be afraid. He likes you. You see, he wants to make friends. He's talking to you.
Does he talk like that to all his friends?
Come on, Peanut. There's a good boy. Give Miss Brooks your paw, Peanut.
No, thanks. I've got a couple. Look, Mrs. Evans, I don't think we
Well,
could
let's go in the house now so I can give you a few last-minute instructions. Come on, Peanut. You might as well get used to your new home. You're going to be here for a week.
Oh, but Mrs. Evans, I can't accept the responsibility for a dog this size. Besides, this isn't my house. I just rent a room here. Mrs. Davis owns the place, and she couldn't possibly have a dog
the
that...
dishes, Connie, and... Oh, I didn't know you had company. Who are these folks, Connie?
These folks, Mrs. Davis, are Mrs. Evans and her dog, Peanuts.
How do you do?
So we meet again, Mrs. Davis.
Again?
We all take from the same laundry.
You know, I was just telling Miss Brooks here how little trouble Peanuts is around the house. He's really a lap dog, you know, but he doesn't require any special attention whatsoever. He'll eat some of whatever you eat, get up when you get up, and go to sleep when you go to sleep.
I hope he's got his own toothbrush. Look, Mrs. Evans, this cottage belongs to Mrs. Davis, and it's up to her.
Oh, don't think about me, Connie. If you want this lovely dog, please take him.
Good night, all.
Oh, thank you, Miss Brooks. And you won't be sorry. Peanuts is loads of fun. Well, I'd better be running along now.
Oh, but where do we get in touch with you if
won't
Peanuts
have to get in touch with us. We'll contact you as soon as we return from the farm. Goodbye, my dear.
Now you've done it, Mrs. Davis.
I've done it. Why, Connie, Mrs. Evans is your friend.
My friend? I only met her once in my life.
Well, it's done now, Connie. Might as well make the best of it. By the way, where is the dog?
He's probably in the kitchen. The door is ajar.
Well, that's funny. I left it closed.
He opens it with his teeth. They taught him when he was a puppy. Come on.
There was a whole leg of lamb on the stove, Connie.
Right, Mrs. Davis.
Peanuts, you didn't eat that whole leg of lamb.
Oh, Mrs. Davis, we can't afford to feed this dog. Not if we want to eat, too.
Oh, that's Walter Denton, Connie. Shall I answer him?
No, I'll let Walter in. Walter? Say, he hasn't got a dog of his own, has he?
Not that I know of, Connie.
A kid like that? I bet he'd love the idea of taking care of Peanuts for a week. His folks have a big backyard, too. It'd be just the thing. Coming, Walter. Now, whatever you do, Mrs. Davis, keep the dog out of sight until I've prepared him. Well, Walter Denton. Come in, Walter. Come in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. I'd have been here sooner, but I was dog-tired this morning.
That's a coincidence. Walter, who would you say is a fella's best friend next to his mother?
Stretch Snodgrass. Well, he's mine anyway. Why, Miss Brooks?
I mean in the animal kingdom, Walter. Who is man's best friend?
Well, out west they say a horse is.
Right. And next to a horse?
A dog, I guess.
Right again, Walter. Now, what would you do if you could get an animal combining the best features of both?
You don't get it, Miss Brooks.
You will, Walter. For 1 week, I'm offering you absolutely free of charge the opportunity to look after, play with, and be a pal to a wonderful creature named Peanuts.
Peanuts? Oh, where is he?
Right in the kitchen. A friend of mine left him here, but, well, when I thought of how much bigger your backyard is, I just couldn't help it. I knew I'd have to make the sacrifice. Call him, Walter. Call Peanuts.
Well, if you say so, Miss Brooks. Peanuts! Here, Peanuts!
Walter, come down off that piano. You heard a fly.
I'm not worried about his reaction to flies, Miss Brooks. Are you sure he won't bite?
Positive. Come on now, just pet him. He likes you, Walter. Now, give him your paw, boy. Go on. Give him your paw. Not you, Walter.
Hey, he's all right. Oh, but I couldn't take him home even for a week, Miss Brooks. My folks have started a garden out in the back.
A garden?
Yeah, that's why I haven't got my own dog right now.
Oh, I wish I knew what to do with him. Frankly, Walter, I just can't afford to feed him for a week.
I've got an idea. How about leaving him at Snodgrass's pet shop? You know, Stretch's old man. He's got all kinds of animals down there, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Perfect, Walter. Then when Mrs. Evans comes back, she can pay his food bill. Come on, Peanut. Oh, just one thing, Walter. I'd better drive today. You can sit in back with Peanuts.
In back? But there isn't room back here for both of us, Miss Brooks.
Sure there is. He's a lapdog, Walter. You can sit in his lap.
Well, here's the pet shop, Miss Brooks. We can... Oh, golly, I forgot.
What?
It's closed. Stretch told me his pop was going away for the weekend.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now we'll have to take Peanuts to school.
To school? But, Miss Brooks, Mr. Conklin doesn't allow dogs at school. If he saw Peanuts, he'd blow his top.
Our beloved principal will just have to make an exception, Walter. Besides, this dog is completely outside of Mr. Conklin's jurisdiction.
Well, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
He happens to be a Danish citizen.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous Beauty Lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive Soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive Soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful Beauty Lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's Beauty Lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
In spite of my enforced bravado, I was pretty squeamish about getting Peanuts into school without Mr. Conklin finding out about it. Fortunately, we were early, and while Walter parked his car, I was able to hustle the dog into the supply room with a minimum of incident. Of course, a few students we did encounter in the halls will spend the remainder of their adolescence with hanging jaws and bulging eyes, but that was unavoidable. Stretch Snodgrass, Madison's star athlete, known to the faculty as the body beautiful and the head empty, was in charge of the supply room when Peanuts and I arrived.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Quiet, quiet. This is Peanuts, Stretch.
Oh, I didn't notice him. Nice pooch.
Pooch? Well, you're not seeing him at his best, Stretch. He usually carries a barrel around his neck with a St. Bernard in it. Stretch, we've got to keep him out of sight. Mr. Conklin mustn't find out that he's in school.
Oh, he won't. Mr. Conklin's at the doctor's office. Harriet told me when she gave me the key to the supply room. Her father's getting tested for
Allergies?
Yeah. He won't be in for an hour yet. Harriet said she talked to him on the phone, and he's half shot.
Translation. He's only through with half the shots the doctor's giving him.
Yeah. But don't worry about Peanuts, Miss Brooks. I'll keep him right here in the supply room. Oh, look, Miss Brooks. He's scratching his own back. Isn't it cute? He smiles while he does it.
Don't you? I wonder what he's got back there.
Oh, it's probably just a mild case of hives.
Well, it's certainly clever the way he takes the hives with one paw and beats them to death with the other.
He'll make a great watchdog if I have to leave this place for anything. Can you imagine what a gag it'd be if somebody just wandered in to snitch a pencil or something?
Yeah, a great gag. They'd probably get hysterical permanently.
I've sent for you, Miss Brooks, because I feel that you, of all the personnel at Madison, can keep a cool and level head in time of crisis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Conklin, but
I'm
what is...
trying to be calm myself, Miss Brooks. I shall make every effort to acquaint you with the facts in as brief and concise a manner as is possible.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I returned from the doctor's office about an hour ago, some allergy shots. I was jotting down some possible prizes for the community chest raffle and found myself in need of another notebook.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
Pending your opinion, Miss Brooks, I have so far failed to notify the police or fire departments. It is my belief that if we can successfully avoid any and all panic, we can ourselves remove the student body and faculty to a place of safety from this danger.
What danger?
Miss Brooks, there's a leopard in the supply room.
Oh, is that all? I mean, that's impossible, Mr. Conklin.
Impossible? But I tell you, I saw it.
Mr. Conklin, you said yourself you've just had some shots. Isn't it possible that what you saw could have been an illusion?
Miss Brooks, I slammed the door on the creature as soon as I saw it, but not until I'd gotten a good look. When I think of those slavering jaws, what they could rend.
What they've already rent. That is, I'm sure the shots had
Come
something...
with me, Miss Brooks. I'll prove to you the shots had nothing to do with it. But for the life of me, I don't comprehend. Miss Brooks, what do you suppose that leopard is doing in the supply room?
Maybe he ran out of something.
Careful, Miss Brooks. That puny door could never hold him if he becomes enraged. Let's tiptoe up to it and listen to the beast.
When I'm calling you.
The beast hasn't got a bad voice. Oh, Stretch, it's us. Mr. Conklin and I. Open up.
Okay. Hi.
Where is it?
Where's what, Mr. Conklin?
The beast. There was a big... It had... Oh. How long have you been in this room, Snodgrass?
Me? Oh, right along, Mr. Conklin. All morning.
You see, Mr. Conklin, it was those shots after all. Now, why don't you go back to your office and lie down for a while?
But I can't understand it. I saw him as clearly as I see you. Clearer. Maybe I'd better get back to my office at that. A lot to do today. I've still got to find a suitable prize for that raffle. Maybe I'll call my doctor. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll call the doctor. That's what I'm going to do it. The doctor.
Stretch, quick, Stretch. Get him out from under and let's go.
Get who out from under what, Miss Brooks?
Peanuts. You hid him, didn't you, when I told you that Mr. Conklin was with me?
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. Peanut's blue.
He blew?
Yeah. I didn't want to admit it in front of old man Mr. Conklin. But I left the supply room for about 10 minutes, and when I got back, the dog had taken a powder.
He could use some powder. But this is terrible, Stretch. We've got to find him before Mr. Conklin sees him again. You'd better go directly to the cafeteria and look for him.
Cafeteria? But it isn't lunch period yet, Miss Brooks.
For him, it's lunch period all day. Some of our younger students are still pretty tender, you know. I'll look in Mr. Boynton's biology laboratory. Maybe something in the lab attracted Peanuts. I know there's something that attracts me in there. Now, suppose you get going, Stretch.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'll report back to you if I find him.
Yes, do that, Stretch. I'll just close up this supply...
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I just ran into Daddy in the hall. He's very overwrought.
Well, that's better than being underwrought. Your father's just a little nervous, Harriet. He's been to the doctor, you know.
Yes, I know. That's why he asked me to tell you that you've got to pick out a prize for the community chest raffle tickets we sold last week.
Me?
Yes. The drawing's this afternoon.
Get her on, Harriet. Right now, I've got to see a real man about a real dog. Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, not at all, Miss Brooks. I was just going to have a little snack. Brought some milk and pastry from home. It's Danish.
Danish? Well, don't bite it till you see if it's wearing a license. Oh, skip it, Mr. Boynton. Do you mind if I look around the lab?
No, Miss Brooks, but what are you looking for?
I'd rather skip that, too, Mr. Boynton. If I tell you, you'll only give me an incredulous look and say, why did you do a crazy thing like that?
No, I won't, honestly.
Well, I lost a dog. It's a Great Dane, Mr. Boynton. I brought him to school this morning.
You brought a Great Dane to school? Why did you do a crazy thing like that?
I knew it. But it's too late for explanations now, Mr. Boynton. I've got to find him.
Of course, and I'll do everything I can to help you, but let's approach this problem in a scientific manner. Take the habits and customs of the creature and go from there.
Fine, but do you know the habits of a Great Dane?
Miss Brooks, I'm a biologist, if I say so myself. I know the habits of animals from A to Z. Or perhaps I should say from aardvark to zebra. That's a little joke we scientists like to tell.
Well, tell it later on, will you? Right now, we've got to find Peanuts. That's his name.
Oh, well, the Great Dane, also called Boarhound, has a keen sense of smell. He's an excellent dog for hunting.
I know. I've been hunting this one all morning.
Tell me, Miss Brooks, where was he when you last saw him?
In the supply room.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's consider for a moment the Dane's remarkable sense of hearing. It's 5 times greater than a man's, you know. Do you think he might have heard anything that made him run away?
Just the one about the aardvark and the zebra.
Please, Miss Brooks, I'm trying to help you. The Dane was originally developed to hunt boars, hence the name Boarhound, and he was a cross between...
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Boynton, but you've just given me a very important lead. You say the Dane likes to hunt boars.
That's correct.
Then all I have to do is put myself in his place. Now, if I was hunting for a boar, where would I go?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
I do. I'd go to the office of the biggest boar at Madison. Mr. Conklin, here I come.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. Could I talk to you for a moment?
I suppose so, Miss Brooks. Sit down. This has been a trying day for me, a very trying day.
Yes, I know, Mr. Conklin.
They haven't been able to isolate my particular allergy, and the doctor says it may take some time. Excuse me. Hello, Mr. Allergy speaking. Conklin.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. This is Mrs. Davis. I wouldn't disturb you at school like this, but it's terribly important. I've got to speak to Miss Brooks.
Oh, she's right here, Mrs. Davis. It's for you.
Thank you. Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Connie. I've just some distressing news for you. Mrs. Davis called and said her husband's doctor discovered that he's allergic to dog hair.
Mrs. Evans? What?
Naturally, they can't keep Peanuts any longer, so Mrs. Evans told me to tell you that he's yours.
Mine? Oh, but I can't... Where is Mrs. Evans? I'll call her back.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Connie. They've just left town for the summer.
Left town? But, well, I'll talk to you about it later on, Mrs. Davis. Thanks, if you'll forgive a lie, for calling.
Everything all right, Miss Brooks?
Huh? Oh, yes. Everything is dandy, Mr. Conklin.
Good, good. Now, about this prize for the community chest raffle, I've been racking my brain. Have you been able to think of anything? What did you say, Miss Brooks?
Me? I didn't say anything, Mr. Conklin. What did you say?
I said...
I thought that's what you said. Mr. Conklin, I think I've got the answer to both your problems.
What?
Well, first, your allergy. Mr. Conklin, do you hang your coat in the closet over there?
Yes, I do.
And did you wear a tan top coat to school today?
That's right.
How tall is it?
Tall?
Has it got soft brown buttons?
Yes, I think they're brown.
With long eyelashes?
Miss Brooks, what are you trying to...
Grip the arms of your chair tightly, Mr. Conklin. Peanut! Here, Peanut!
Take it away! Take it
This is Mr. Conklin. Meet Mr. Conklin, Peanut. Mr. Conklin, shake hands with the first prize in the community chest raffle.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, the drawing for the grand prize occurred in assembly that afternoon.
Attention, everyone. Quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet. I'm happy to say that every member of the student body and faculty has contributed something to our community chest drive. And as we promised, there will be a prize for the holder of the winning number, which is 644.
Miss Brooks, let's see your stub.
My stuff? Oh, don't be silly, Walter. I never won a raffle in my life.
Well, you won this one.
Oh,
644.
No. Oh, no,
Here's the
Walter.
winner right here, Mr. Conklin. It's Miss Brooks.
Well, congratulations, Miss Brooks. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Just one thing, Mr. Conklin.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, Mary Jane Croft, and Pinto Colbeg.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shaving cream comes both ways. And whichever way you prefer to shave, you'll find that using either Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream can bring you more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Here's the proof. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Get Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
One good reason to be proud we're Americans is that we're always free to tell our government how we feel about its actions. But let's not forget that freedom is everybody's job. All of us must work to keep our individual rights and freedoms by voting in an informed way so that the best men and women are placed in office. We must serve willingly on juries and public committees and take an interest in the development of our community, state, and country. For by being better citizens, we can show the world that America is a strong, successful democracy.